Hello, I can see. I remember when I was getting hyped over the intro music when IFI announced the localization. Honestly, the music for this is so good. Like, it's a jam. I'm enjoying it. Hello, Silly Well. Hello, Jay. Hi, hi, hi. We are here to play 9 RIP. We're starting like 2 hours later than I intended. Just because my internet, when I first got up this morning, was hilarious. I sat down and I was like, oh, I'm gonna go check my emails. Oh, let me see if there's anything new on YouTube. And then everything wasn't loading. And I was like, cool, 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 cool. Let me wait 10 minutes. And then it just never got better. So I restarted everything. I think it's okay. If I crash, please note this has been ongoing. Hey, hey, long time no see. Hi, Twyla. Hello. Also, I had planned on changing the colors of these for today, but it was before the whole restarting everything. Oh my goodness. We're back. We are going to be continuing It's School Ghost Stories right now. And then after School Ghost Stories, we're going to start Kuraha's route. I wore red just in case. I don't think there's a chance we're going to make it at this point to said route. And then tonight, I'm going to a haunted house after we do Samurai Comics. And after Samurai Comics and the haunted house, I'm going to be playing Bridge Curse. Which it's been really fun. I'm hoping I can continue to finish a chapter stream. There's 4, which means theoretically speaking, it should be 4 streams. So 2 more streams and we should be done. Jay made a comment saying that we should call it Spooky Nights. Hang on. Oh. We also have a new friend. We're calling them Bunny Ray in chat. I think they go by Ghosty. And they're teaching me pronunciations. Late night spooky streams with Psycho Bunny. Honestly, it feels like movie makeup moments. So I might start adding that to like the thumbnails. It might be fun. Oh, that's right. So we left here. It's an awkward pause we had because I had to go to work. I was trying to find a nice, clean, let's call it moment. All right. So why are you a ghost and she a living person here together? So. Yeah, I hope you guys are having a great day. Anyone have plans for Halloween yet? Anyone have costume plans? He's helping me get back into the mortal realm. Mortal realm.
お前、このおかしな空気に気づいていなかったのか?
Didn't you notice how strange this place is?
それは気づいてました。鏡の外がやけに赤いから、隔離用のようだと思っていたんです。
He's so chill about it. He's like, huh? I realize everything here is red. It's like the hidden realm. Also tonight, I will be wearing a costume. And that's just because I'm going to go to Samurai Comics after my stream. Just a little tidbit. And I'm going to be wearing a costume for tonight's stream at Samurai Comics. And I'm going to wear that costume to the haunted house. And I'm not going to want to change before I start my stream. So I'm going to be dressed as Sam from Trick or Treat tonight for the ghost, the bridge curse. So that's going to be the fun thing. It would have been funny to wear that and do Call of Duty, but we actually never streamed Call of Duties. We played it, but we didn't stream when we were playing. And we only played a couple times. Plus, I'm still so bad. I'm so bad at shooters. They give me such anxiety. Anytime I play a shooter, I'm nervous the whole time. Last year, I tried to play the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game because 1, I love Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and 2, murder. And I killed 1 person, and then someone said, why did you do that? And I'm like, did I mess up? Is this not the concept? Is she not a murderer? Is Sissy not a murderer anymore? So my anxiety made me stop playing that game after 5 seconds. I realize everything here is red. It's like the hidden realm.
それに、なぜか別館へ行けないようになってしまって。
Oh. Besides, I can't reach the annex building anymore.
別館って、鏡から出て確かめに行ったのか?
The annex? You came out of the mirror to try and go there.
そんなこと怖くてできないですよ。鏡の中の学校で確認したんです。
Oh. I don't think we've established that he can go to other mirrors yet. It's too scary to do that. I saw through the other mirrors. Duh.
ああ、そういうことか。それにしてもこのような異常事態になっても、ガンとして引きこもっているとは。
So you stayed hidden even though you knew something was off.
それよりも
Poor
現状
Hibiki.
を教えてください。あと大切な話というのも。
Anyway, please tell me about what's going on and what do you want to talk about? Right. I explained to him about how Kuraha and I were trying to find a way back. And so we wanted you to tell us your name. Would you mind? He fell silent again and started staring at the
このま
ground.
まの世界だと僕も困りますから協力します。それにあなたとお近づきになれるかもだし。
I don't belong in this world either, so I'll help you. It might even lead us to getting closer. Wink.
お前まだ懲りてないのか？
Still thinking about that, huh?
違いますよ。僕は純粋に彼女と接したいんです。もちろん触れ合わずに。
No, nothing like that. I just want a pure friendship with her. No touching, I promise. Interesting.
はあ、それならいいが彼女のためにも正気を失うなよ。
For anyone who missed it previously, the reason he says no touching is because he's like a bad spirit. He's obviously okay right now, but he's a bad spirit. And when a bad spirit touches a living person, they kind of compromise the living person's integrity. And so that's why he means by no touching. He doesn't mean it inappropriately. He just literally means no touching. All right, then just don't get carried away. Ooh, oh wait, we don't. Okay, this is a Hibiki one. Oh, that's interesting. Was our last one a Hibiki one too? This is our, okay. So we're not doing this like we did the first chapters. In the first chapters, we were making them both go up at the same time. Like I had 3 saves going at the same time. I had Sanity, I had Koyo, and I had Sina. We're just doing Kuraha right now. So anything that involves Hibiki, we're not worrying about raising. We're just gonna keep it as is. And then we're gonna play back through and do Hibiki. So and I think it'll make the story flow better too. So he'll be fine. I think it'll be alright. He promised never to touch me again.
はい。あの言葉を守ります。怖がらせるのはもう嫌だから。
Yes, I promise I'll keep my word. I don't want you to be afraid of me anymore. I could tell he was still concerned. I wanted to say more, but couldn't find the right words. So I stayed quiet.
思ったんですけど、あなたはクレハさんは大丈夫なんですか？
Kuraha, are you gonna be okay with all this?
ああ、聖者の魅力に惹かれた覚えはない。俺は出会ってからこれまでずっと彼女自身に惹かれている。
What does that mean? I've been drawn to her from the very beginning as a person, though, not as a member of the living. Huh?
人としてという意味だ。深読みしなくていい。
Yes, as a person. There's no need to read too much into it. That's what you meant. The way he spoke made me happy. It's like he thinks I'm a good person. Like, I'm good.
かっこいい。ずるい。
Have a good stream. I plan to watch Koyo's route and the ending later today. So, just so you know, we're still in the middle of the chapters. I don't know if I'll get to it, but if I don't, Kuraha will be the next stream since you said you were going to wear red on that one, Asia. But Kuraha might start in this one, and then he'll be the next stream for sure. And that's going to be on Halloween. I'm going to have a very long stream on Halloween. I'm gonna play for at least 9 hours on Halloween, for the record, guys. It's another 9-hour stream at least. That's so cool. It's totally not fair. Honestly, I should buy some candy. Oh no, maybe I shouldn't buy candy. I was gonna say I should add a Halloween redemption for just candy. Oh, wearing my red and purple tights. And Kodaha's B-Day is tomorrow. I didn't realize. Oh my goodness. Well, that's too bad. So originally I had tomorrow off. That's a shame. I didn't have tomorrow off. I was only doing a half shift tomorrow. But someone's getting surgeries. They got like the surgery notification last week, and so they had to take the day off. So I'm now doing an open and close, which is why I'm only doing Bridge Curse tomorrow night. But that's a shame. It would have been fun to play on his birthday. It would have been Kuda House Route. I could have put happy birthday back here. We could have had a whole day. That's so cool. It's totally not fair.
それはないだろう。
Play on Halloween. It's okay.
それよりも大事なことを済ませてしまおう。
I wouldn't say that. Anyways, we should get back to the task at hand. Also, fun note, I'm like taking a shower almost daily right now because the AC at my work is not working right now.
そうでしたね。
Right, yes. And so I'm sweating. And I come home and I feel like I've just went to the gym. That's how I feel when I get home from work right now. And I hate it. And I feel gross. And then I have to take a shower. Right, yes. The boy turned to face me again and looked directly into my eyes.
七不思議の一つ。引きずり鏡の怪異と認めます。
Vicky's making eye contact with me. I'm one of the 7 wonders known as the grasp of the mirror.
本当の名前は、響き。覚えてくれると嬉しいです。
But my real name is Hibiki. I hope you'll remember it.
響き。
Hibiki. Thank you for sharing. I'll be sure to call you Hibiki from now on.
それだと僕の方が年上みたいで変です。僕は高校生の年齢じゃないし。
The way you talk is so formal. It's like you make me feel old. We're the same age, right? Yeah, but how long have you been 17? I had a feeling we're about the same age. All right, I'll speak more casual then.
はい、
He's
嬉しい
blushing.
です。名前で呼ばれるなんてすごく久し
Not
ぶり
your
で。
time, Hibiki. Next time.
本当に嬉しい。
Hang on, I have to cough. I swallowed wrong. Thank you. It's been ages since someone called me by my name. It makes me so happy.
気持ちはわかるな。他の幽霊から名で呼ばれることはあるが、聖者だとどうしてか心が温かくなる。
I'll try to show for Kodaha's route, the only route that I literally had a joke into a plot. Oh, yeah, that's right. Bye, and don't be surprised if you see more Otome news. Oh. I'm excited. There's actually a lot of Otome news that's being shared right now on our Discord. And so I'm really excited. But you know, we got a whole nother year coming up. I don't plan on doing an Otome game a month next year. I'm gonna try and chill it out a little bit so I can play other games too, but this year was a goal. And you know what? I'm behind by 1 game only so far. Which is why we're gonna cheat, play a shorter game later on. I know what you mean. I had other ghosts call me by name, but hearing a member of the living say it warms my heart. I see. So I guess they usually talk about each other using their rumored names. Hibiki, seemingly overflowing with joy, moved closer to me.
僕もお手伝いできることがあればしたいで
That
す。
does mean we have to see if we can guess what Asia's plot is. What Asia guessed already. Which, by the way, I have a banana right now. It's a squishy banana. I'd like to help too if I can. Thank you. That'd be very helpful. Currently, I'm trying to find all of the 7 wonders of this school.
俺としても助かる。彼女を守る者は一人よりも2人いた方が安心だ。
Agreed. It'd be best to have another person who's able to watch over her.
お役に立てるように頑張ります。
I'll do everything I can to be useful.
鏡に引きこもるのは卒業だな。
Looks like you're no longer a shut-in trapped in the mirror. Should I draw little dots when I do Hibiki's route?
それはできないんですけど。
I don't know if I'd go that far.
でも鏡の中でもできることはあります。同じ鏡を通して見聞きすることはできますので。
I can do things inside the mirror. I can see through mirrors connected to this one. Connected mirrors? What's that?
こちらの表の学校に置かれているのと同じ鏡が鏡の中の世界にもある場合です。
This just reminds me so much of Tulip Bound Hanako-kun. Like that. I don't know how many people watch the anime or read the manga. I own a bunch of the mangas. I haven't read them. They're over here next to Jujutsu Kaisen, like above it. You can't see it because JJK is hiding it. But a lot of like the hidden worlds and stuff in Tulipon Hanako-kun, they go into a mirror, I think, at one point. And Tulipon Hanako-kun is the one that curses the bathroom in that one. So there is a ghost that's bound to the bathroom as well in this one. Yeah, it does. See, yeah. And then we played last year, I played Yomawari, which was a really fun game. And I really wanted to go back and get all the collectibles after I beat it, because there's like collectibles and I love completing games. But I was in such a hurry just to play them because I was trying to do 13 games for Halloween last year. It has a lot of the same ghost stories. Like Kida Kida's in that game. I don't know if she's in the first one or the second one. I played them out of order and then realized I was dumb. I think he's in the second one. It's like the long dark one because he's the villain, like the main antagonist in it. Mirrors on this side of the world have counterparts inside the mirror world. I see, that's incredible. Does that mean you can travel between those mirrors too?
それはここの大きな姿見だけなんです。この鏡には特殊な術が施されているから。
Do we have witches up in this game? I can only move through large mirrors. This is a unique spell that was cast upon it. A spell? Can Hibiki use magic?
だから知りたいこととかあったら声をかけてください。
If you need to know anything, just let me
例え
know.
ば探している怪異がいる場合、いろいろな鏡を通して捜索のお手伝いができると思います。
If you're searching for other ghosts, I can check the mirror on the other side. That'd be very helpful. I'll be sure to ask you for your help then.
はい、全力で頑張るので頼ってください。
Great, I'll do my best, so be sure to count on me. Is his gonna be the darkest route? Is that why this one has like a high on the horror? Because like, I feel like Hibiki on the inside is not a great guy. Like, he's sweet, he's a sweetheart. But also, he wants to like, inhale us. Does that make sense? Please count on me.
響は情報屋ってところだな。
So you'll be our informant, huh, Hibiki?
情報やそれなんかかっこいいです。
Informant? That sounds really cool. Hibiki's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He's actually pretty adorable. Oh my god.
頑張りますね。あと気軽に話しかけてください。気分転換におしゃべりしたい時とか。
I'll give it my all and feel free to talk to me whenever you want to chat or unwind.
それはいい案だな。あまり根を詰めるのも良くないし、今のお前には安らぎが必要だろう。
What are you guys trying to do to me? That's a good idea. It's not good to always be on edge. You'll have to make some time to relax too. I guess you're right. Overexerting my mental energy would be dangerous here. I'll have to relax too.
響、さっきも言ったが、ずっとお前に聞きたかったことがある。
There's something I've been wanting to ask you. That's right. Kuraha's been tried to chase him down and ask him something before. Whatever it is, he must be really important. I stepped back to give them
お
some
前はい
space.
つからこの学校にいる？
How long have you been at this school? Okay, I'm gonna make a guesstimate based on his outfit. I'm gonna say 1940s? Just based on like the way his school uniform looks. I could be wrong.
あ、僕はかなり昔です。
I've been here for quite a long time.
昔というと、いつだ？
How long since?
1949年か。
Since 1949? There's the year
実
again.
は、お前の名に覚えがあってな。神下ろし事件の被害者の中に同じ名があった。
I know your name. You're listed among the victims of the divine invocation incident.
神下ろし事件。それは月神功が起こしたものですか？
The divine invocation incident? You mean that thing with Isoa Tsukigami?
ああ、そうだが。知らないということは、同じ名の別人だったか。
If you don't know much about it, perhaps it's just a coincidence, but someone who had the same name.
被害者ではあるかと思います。誘拐という面では。だから、クレハさんが見た名前は僕かと。
No, I do believe I was counted as one of the victims. I was kidnapped at least. I believe the name you saw is mine, Koraha.
どういうことだ？
What do you mean you believe you were counted as a victim?
僕は月神功に殺されていないんですよ。自
Because
分
he
で
didn't
首を
kill
吊っ
me.
て死にましたから。
I died from hanging myself. He spoke with a smile, causing Kudaha and I to recoil speechless. The rope on around his neck suddenly felt so raw to me.
怖いけど。
That's a flashback. We don't do flashbacks. I couldn't tell when I first saw the image, but was that voice Hibiki?
そんな顔しないでください。僕が進んでやったことです。こうなってよかったんですから。
There's no need to look so upset. I did this for myself. It was for the best. Committing suicide was for the best. His voice choked with tears, but he wore a confounding smile on his face.
もしかして、あなたは月神功に殺された被害者ですか？
Could it be? Were you murdered by Isoa Tsukigami? See, you don't even look like you're from the 1940s. You look like you're from further, but he said he is, so.
いや、俺は神殺し事件とは関係ない。被害者の中に俺の名はなかったからな。
Is he the murderer?
月神家で死んだとは思っている。
Is Kuraha Isoa? I don't believe I had anything to do with the incident. My name wasn't among the victims, but I believe I died at the Tsukigami household. Huh,
思っている？
you think?
俺には一部記憶がないんだ。己が何故死んだのかを知らずにいる。
Some of my memories are missing. I don't know how or why I died. When Kuraha talked about the divine invocation incident, he said he was alive in 1949. Does that mean he lived up until that year? I was again reminded of Katakata's rumor. I'm kicking the desk because my legs are untangling. We're not doing flashbacks. We don't do flashbacks in this house. It's why we're going to get through Olympia Soiree so fast. The details were different, but considering that he didn't have his memories, I guess it really is like the
記憶
rumor.
がないのに、どうして月神家で亡くなったと思うんですか？
If you have no memories, what makes you think that you died at the Tsukigami household?
幽霊として目覚めたら月神家にいた。というのもあるが、
So fair. Because when I woke up as a ghost, I was at the Tsukigami household.
うまく説明できないんだが、感覚的にそこで死んだ気がしてな。
I don't know how to explain it, but I sense that I died there.
あなたが幽霊として目覚めたのはいつなんですか？
When did you awake as a
神殺し
ghost?
事件が発覚してから。
Was it after you heard about the divine invocation incident?
いや、まだ神殺し事件と名が付く前だ。
No, it was before the incident got the divine invocation name. Kuraha stared up at the sky as if
己
deep in
の
thought.
身に何が起きたのか分からず、死の原因を探すため月神家の屋敷をくまなく見て回った。
I had no
Never.
idea what happened to me. I looked around the Tsukigami household trying to find out how I
生き
died.
ている者は一人もおらず、あるのは判別のつかないたくさんの遺体のみ。
Also,
俺の体はどこにもなかった。
this story and the Bridge Curse actually has a lot of stuff in common so far. Like, we have some ghost and ghoulies in Bridge Cursed, but there was also an architect in Bridge Curse. And they were talking about the architect that built a house in this one too. And I'm like, dang. There were no survivors, only a multitude of unrecognizable corpses, though I couldn't find my body anywhere.
唯一、月神功の遺体はなくなって間もないように見えたが、黒目のみの瞳で血の涙を流し、
Oh, maybe
変
he's
死の状
not.
態で
Or maybe he just disassociated. Asoa Tsukigami's death seemed recent. His eyes were black with tears of blood. The fear was too much for me and I covered my ears.
すまない。お前に聞かせる内容ではなかった。本
I'm
当に申し訳な
sorry.
い。
I probably shouldn't have told you this. I'm really sorry. No, it's okay. I'm fine.
月神功に似合いの愉快な死に様。
What a fitting end for Isoa Tsukigami. Huh? Ibiki's laughed as though he found the whole thing deeply satisfying. Not looking at all surprised, Kuraha just sighed heavily.
お前が幽霊となってずっとこの地にいたなら、当時月神家で俺の姿を見ているかもと思ってな。
If you became a ghost after you died, stayed here the whole time, then I assumed you saw me wandering the Sukagami household.
あ、僕は死んだ直後からしばらく違う場所にいたので、
I went somewhere else right
だから
after
わ
I
からないで
died.
す。
No, I didn't see you.
事件の名前を知らなかったのもそのせいで、当時の世情に疎いんです。
That's why I didn't know the name of the incident. I was rather out of touch with what happened in the world. So, we know from seeing Seiya a few times now that certain bad things you do in life can put you in like hell jail. That's my word. So maybe he was in hell jail. Maybe he knows more than he's letting on. That's also why I didn't know the name of the incident. I was rather out of touch with what happened in this world.
そうだったのか。
Is that so?
ごめんなさい。お役に立てなくて。僕が別の場所へ行っていなければ、あなたを見る機会があったかもしれないのに。
Sorry, I can't be more helpful. If I hadn't gone elsewhere, maybe I could have seen you.
いや、いいんだ。話を聞いてくれてありがとう。
That's alright. Thank you for listening. With that, Kuraha smiled slightly, but knowing what he was thinking, I felt terribly sad for him. He's been wandering, searching for his memories for the last 70 years. Ew! I didn't think about that. 1950s? 70 years? Is that right? Ew!
いいんです。話を聞けて、とっても嬉しかったですから。
Honestly, it makes me happy to have someone to talk about it. Hibiki too spoke with a smile, and yet I couldn't even begin to imagine all he had gone through. He was a victim of the divine invocation incident and committed suicide. I hadn't said anything up until this point, but I finally gathered the courage to ask them about something that had been bothering me. Is he Soa's Sukagami person? Is he the man behind the divine invocation incident?
なあ、そう報道されていたが。
Yeah, that's how it was reported at least. Kuraha turned to look at Hibiki.
直接顔を見ていないですが。
I didn't see his face
犯人は間違いなく
directly, but there's no doubt that the culprit was Isoa Sukagami. Is he Isoka Gumagami? Is this him? Is this him? He doesn't remember because he's a serial killer? That's too convenient, guys. I also just watched The Black Phone. Mask or a thing. There was something odd about the way Hibiki was acting, so I hesitated to press further, but if I don't ask, I don't think I'll be able to prepare my mind. Can I ask you one more thing? What's his relationship to the girl named Yui Sukagami? Are they siblings? Kuraha's expression clouded over and Hibiki couldn't hide his frown.
月神勲の一人娘です。
I don't think he looks old enough to be the child.
娘が行方不明になったのをきっかけに、月神勲は頭がおかしくなった。
She was Isoa Sukagami's only daughter. After she went missing, Isoa Sukagami lost his
あ
mind.
いつ、いつもブツブツつぶやいていましたよ。今回の煮えなら、ユイを返してくださるだろう。
He was always mumbling about a sacrifice, claiming Yui would be returned to him if he went through the ritual. Okay, she did get spirited away. We know that. Yui is best girl. Lou, hi! A sacrifice. Are you streaming
噂で
tonight?
は月神勲は娘が神隠しにあったのだと思い込んでいたらしくてな。
I still can't watch your streams because you're playing a game I'm planning on playing soon and I don't like spoilers, but hi! Rumor says Isoa thought his daughter was taken away by his spirits. Nah, she threw herself at them.
娘を返してくれるよう神に煮えを捧げたと言われていて。
He believes sacrificing to the gods would bring her back. Kuraha's voice trailed off.
僕の考えでは、人間を捧げたんだと思います。
He kidnapped
人
people
を
and
さらっ
killed
て
them.
きては、
using them as
殺して
sacrifices.
神に捧げた。
You know, he might have. Okay, have I read too many dark romance novels? This is kind of sweet. Yes, he turned into a serial killer. Yes, he killed a bunch of people, but he was trying to bring his daughter back. And I've read many stories where that's like a plotline. That's fair. Nah, I'm too mentally drained to stream. Oh no. I'll be back to streaming later this week. Just need a little break. I feel that. I kind of took a break not too long ago. Honestly, streaming's kind of like my break from work. And work was really stressful last week, so I kind of wasn't streaming because I don't want to stream in a bad mood. But it's my week. It's the Halloween week, and I have to enjoy Halloween. It's required by law. He kidnapped people and killed them, using them as sacrifices.
神殺し事件っていう名前。僕からすれば、忌々しいったらないな。
Even the name, Divine
その通りだ。
Invocation Incident, makes my blood boil, but I guess that's exactly what it was.
いえ、供物を捧げることにより、神を写し終え下ろそうとした事件なら、
The sacrifices were meant to summon the gods to the mortal realm. Divine Invocation Incident Part 2. The culprit of the incident was revealed to be the head of the Sukagami family, Isai Sukagami. When his only daughter Yui went missing, he concluded that she was spirited away. He believed that if he offered a replacement for his daughter, the gods would return her to him, and he proceeded to abduct 6 people and offer them as a sacrifice to the gods. Hibiki was also a victim, but he committed suicide before he was killed as an offering. It is said that Isoa Sukagami died mysteriously in his mansion, but no one knows how. Oh, we're gonna find out.
ごめんなさい。もう戻ります。
Sorry, I should be heading back. I miss being inside. Hibiki retreated back into the mirror and disappeared. I dug up some truly terrifying memories for him. I was immediately consumed with guilt.
俺たちも行こ
We should leave too. Right. I glanced back at the mirror and whispered an apology, but I thought it was unlikely that Hibiki heard me. My guilt over Hibiki and the girl Yui Sukagami muddied my emotions. I couldn't help but wonder if she knew the terrible things her father had done. Probably. I'm hesitant to ask her name. At a loss, I felt a wealth of dark emotions stirring up inside me. Well, we know her name's Yui because that's what she calls herself in like every other route we've played so far. But it is giving ReZero life in a different world where like he meets the girl the first time and they have a wonderful time and she says her name, and then the next time he meets her and he's like, your name's da-da-da, and she's like, how do you know? That's an evil dark witch. Do I look like an evil dark witch to you? And she just gaslights him for like 10 minutes. Just me? Do I remember this? I don't know. I head back to the nurse's office, but the girl was gone. Kuraha and I began searching the school for her. When we reached the second floor
謝罪
hallway,
なんかで済むと思ってるの月神ゆい
there is a hair in my eye. You think an apology is enough, Yui Sagami? Hearing the name caught me off guard. It's coming from the
う。ああ、
cafeteria.
行こ
Let's hurry.
What
Stay
am-
close. Sorry, I thought we were done. With that, we quickly dashed to the cafeteria. Do we get a new ghost? There we saw a girl from before kneeling in front of an unfamiliar ghost.
う。お前はここにいろ。俺が行く。
Wait here, I'll go check it out. Kuraha dashed forward to intervene.
お前は神殺し事件の被害者だったか。
You're a victim of the divine invocation incident, right?
クレハさん聞いて
Aww.
月神イサオの娘がいたの
Kuraha, I
その
found
女の子よ
Isoa Sukagami's daughter, but that's right. That's her right there.
月神イサオに復讐したいけどいないしもう娘でもいいかもしれないそいつを苦しめないと気が済まない
Okay. I do not condone violence against a third party. That's not okay. I understand being upset. Obviously, if I died, I'd be upset. But two wrongs don't make a right, and murdering somebody or hurting somebody who inadvertently caused you trauma is not the same thing. Also, look, I can finally use my new body lotion. It's vampire blood. It's got a Spidey on it. I finally ran out of my tiny whipped meringue one, so I gotta pull out the new one that I got this year. With a coupon, I might add. It's a lot bigger than the lotion I usually have on my desk. I wanted revenge on Isoa, but he's dead. His daughter will suffice. She must suffer. But, hear me out. It's not fair. She didn't do anything wrong. I mean, she did do something wrong. She summoned the 7 wonders of her skull. I put too much in my hand. And that was bad.
彼女に牙を向けるのは間違っている。
Your lotion on my fingers. It's wrong to take your anger out on her.
どうしてそいつが行方不明にならなければ私は殺されなかったのに。
See, but that's not intentional. She didn't know that would happen. If she didn't disappear, I wouldn't have been killed.
私で父の代わりになれるのなら甘んじて受けます。
If I can take my father's place, then I will accept my fate. What is she
謝
saying?
って済む話ではないと分かっています。ですから
I know
好きなように。
apologies aren't enough, so please do as you wish. Things were escalating quickly. I dashed towards Yui's Tsukagami. I grabbed her arm and lifted her up.
何を
What are you?
よくやった。そのまま連れ出せ。
Nice work. Now get her out of here right. I pulled Yui as hard as I could and hurried out of the cafeteria. You're not supposed to touch Ghost. I mean, I know we talked about touching them through their clothes, but after we reached the nurse's office, I let out a long sigh.
大丈夫
Are you alright? I'm fine. I'm just glad you're alright.
ごめんなさい。あなたを巻き込んでしまって。
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to drag you into this
七不思議
too.
について聞いていたらああなってしまって。さっきの彼女は七不思議とは関係ないみたいで。
I was just asking about the 7 wonders and things escalated. By the way, it turns out that girl, not related to the 7 wonders. She had always seemed rather calm and non-expressive, but she showed a rare display of emotions. Yui's desperately wanted to make amends for her father's wrongdoings. Perhaps she thinks that if she hadn't been spirited away, none of this would have happened. To be clear, in theory, none of it should have happened, because if what he did was in a result of her being spirited away, then yes, it shouldn't happen. But doesn't excuse people wanting to hurt her for it. She didn't do it. I couldn't bear to see her this way. I swallowed down my guilt and spoke up. You don't have to help me anymore, please. I hope this doesn't offend you, but I know what your father did. Yui looked away, then cast her gaze downward.
それでは私の名前も知るところなのね。
So you know my name too. That kind of unrelated, but that chick screamed it. So yeah. Yes. Yui sighed and our eyes
あな
met.
たにどう言われようとも私はこの部屋の外に出て七不思議を探す手伝いをする。
No matter what you say, as soon as I leave this room, I'm going to continue helping you find the 7 wonders. But
私はね手伝うのもそうだけど同時に自身のすべきこともなそうとしているのよ。
of course, helping you is part of it, but I have a responsibility here too. Okay, I just remembered in Koyo's route when his crazy, not ex-girlfriend, but fan stalker was chasing them around with a knife, she could wield a sword. Also, no one was chasing after her and screaming, by the way, you cursed us, during that one, so.
さっきの出来事を見たなら想像がつくでしょ。というかあれがそうなのよ。
Based on what you saw earlier, you should have some idea, but that's just how things are. Could it be that you think apologizing to the victims is your responsibility?
ええ、そうよ。だからあなたに何と言われても
Yes, and I won't change
私の
my
意志は
mind
変わらな
no
い。
matter what you say. Oh. Despite the danger, she was determined. I knew there was no way I could stop her.
私はね、ずっと間違ってばかりいたの。今やっと正しくあれていると思う。
I made
だか
many
ら平
mistakes
気
in
な
the
のよ。
past, but now I have the chance to right those wrongs, so I'll be okay. Given what I had just seeing my skepticism, Yui continued as if to convince
現
me.
実から目を背けたくて、
She's like, look,
私は
I
神
got
隠しを起こして逃げ出したの。それを悔いているのもそうだけど、
I believe in Yui. That's about it, though. I caused myself to be spirited away because I wanted to run away from reality. That decision haunts me even now.
幽霊になってからも、私の逃げ癖は健在でね。父が罪に手を染めていくのを
As a
見ていられ
ghost,
な
I
くて、
kept running. I couldn't face my
途中で
father's
逃げ出したの。
crimes. I fled during those two. During them.
あの時、父を呪い殺してでも止めるべきだった。たとえ地獄で裁かれ、
I should have stopped
魂
him,
が消滅しようとも。
even if it meant cursing him and killing him, even if it meant eternal damnation and my soul vanishing. You saw the murders happen.
地獄で死んでから戻ってきたの。最後に一目、お屋敷の様子を見てから成仏しようと思って。
Did my boyfriend kill her in hell? Did my incubus boyfriend kill her in hell? I died in hell and then came back to this world. I wanted to see my home one last time before crossing over. Realizing she'd witnessed her father's crimes, I felt a suffocating
お屋
sadness.
敷は私がいなくなったことで変わり果てていたわ。
The manor was unrecognizable after I disappeared.
使用人はクビになったのか見当たらず。
All the servants were gone. My father. Yui paused, sighing deeply. Her frown pained me to see. I thought about asking her to stop, but Yui continued before I could.
父は私が想像していた以上に
My
憔悴してい
father
たわ。
was worse than I feared.
そして使える限りの人脈を駆使し、なんとか私の行方を見つけ出そうとしていた。
He exhausted his connections searching for
け
me.
れど見つからないどころか手がかり一つもなくてね。まあ当たり前なのだけれど、
But seeing as I had disappeared into thin air without a trace, he was unable to find me.
そしてタイミング悪く、いわゆるカストリ雑誌、
And those
今でいうゴシッ
horrible
プ誌に
articles came from the gossip
私に関する
magazines.
記事が載った。
Came out the worst possible
資
time.
産家令嬢が神隠しに、漁村に古くから伝わる飲酒という
Eris,
風にね。
Eris spirited away ancient rituals of the fishing village, things like that. That must have been the vulgar tabloids Kuraha was talking
溺
about.
れる者は藁をもつかむという言葉があるけれど、
As they say, the drowning grasp at even the weakest of straws.
当時の父はそんなものにすがらなくてはならないほど
And
追い
drowning
詰めら
as
れて
he
いた
was,
ようでね。
my father was willing to grasp at
人を
anything.
使ってこの辺りに伝わる神隠しの言い伝えについて調べ尽くしていたわ。
He hired people to research the local legends regarding ththose who were spirited
そ
away.
して怪しげな霊能者や祈祷師ばかりと付き合うようになっていった。
He began consulting spiritualists and faith healers and charlatans.
以前の父だったらそういった人に助言を求めることはなかったというのに、
People my father would never have sought the counsel of
そこ
before.
から得た知識と奇妙な書物とである仮説を立てていって、
Their advice and strange books led him to a dreadful theory. Her lips quivered, holding back a torrent of emotion. Yui, maybe we should.
とても恐ろしいことをしだしたの。
He started doing something truly horrifying. Her eyes clenched shut. A tear began rolling down her cheek. It's okay, you don't need to say more. The nurse's office door opened and Kodaha stepped in. Kodaha, I'm glad you're okay.
ああ、お前たちもな。
Yes, and you too as well. Kodaha's gaze shifted to
何の
Yui.
話をしていたんだ？
What were you two talking about? Boys. Well,
私の父月神勲についてよ。
not entirely a lie. We were talking about my father, Isoa Tsukugami.
最初彼女に話したのは俺だ。勝手をして申し訳ない。
I was the one who told her about him. I apologize for not talking to you first.
謝るのは私の方よ。
No, I'm the one who should apologize. Yui brushed away her tears and bowed to
さっきは
Kuroha.
巻き込んでしまってごめんなさい。
Still not over this outfit. I'm sorry for getting you involved in this situation earlier.
それはいい。だがどうしてあんな無茶をした？ああなると予想できただろう。
It's okay, but why did you act so reckless? Do you have any idea what could have happened?
ああしたかったからよ。父に殺された人たちに謝り成仏できるよう手助けしたいの。
I had to. I need to apologize to the victims of my father's actions. I need to help them find peace.
私は父の犯した罪を償わないといけない。だって私が原因で起きたのだから。
I'm responsible for my father's sins, as I was the catalyst for
だ
them.
がお前は何十年も身を隠して過ごしていたんだろ
You've kept yourself hidden for
う。
so
どうして
long.
今なんだ？
Why now? Yui looked at
目の
me.
前の問題から逃げ出さず
Seeing her courage inspired me. She's talking about me? Is she looking at me? Me? Is there another girl behind me?
ずっと悩んでいた。彼らを前にして何を言えばいいのか、どういう風に償えばいいのか。
I always struggle with what to do. What could I say to the victims? How could I make
い
amends?
ろいろ悩んでいたけれど結局は勇気がなかっただけ。それを気づかされた。あなたに。
I thought about these things over and over in my head, but never had the courage to act. Your actions helped me change all that. I didn't do anything. I'm just desperate to get home, yo.
それよ、その必死さが私になかったものなの。
That's exactly it. Your desperation is what I needed. That doesn't sound right. After pausing, Yui looked at me again, her expression
そ
serious.
れにね、何があってもあなたをうつしおに返してあげたい。
No matter what, I want to help you return to the mortal
あ
realm.
なたにも待っている家族がいるでしょ。私のような思いをさせたくないの。
You've got family waiting for you, right? I don't want you to suffer my fate. What if your mom goes on a serial killing spree and starts killing everybody to try and spirit you back?
残された人たちが悲しみでおかしくなることがあるのを私は知ってい
I
るから。
understand what sorrow does to those left behind. Her words stirred fear in me. I need to get home, or something truly terrible might happen. I then realized getting home wasn't just about me. I had a family waiting for me.
一つ聞きたいことがある。幽霊となってからあの屋敷にずっといたのか？
There's one thing I'd like to ask you. Have you been back to the mansion since you became a ghost? That's right. If Yui had seen the state of the mansion, perhaps she had seen Kodaha too.
それが情けないことに父の行いを見ていられなくてお屋敷を飛び出して地獄へ戻ってしまったの。
Ashamed as I am to admit it, I couldn't bear to look at my father's deeds any longer. I returned to hell after that.
再びこの地へ来た時にはもう学校が建っていたわ。
When I returned here, a school had been built over the mansion. But said she was ashamed of herself, but I would have ran away too. No normal person would be able to keep watching.
今の質問の意図を聞いても
Parquet, why do you ask? Kodaha shared with Yui the same story he had told me earlier.
そんなことがあったなんて。
He could have came in here to say it. I had no idea.
記憶を取り戻せるよう祈っているわ。あなたに関する情報があればすぐに知らせるわね。
I hope your memories return soon. If I find anything about you, I'll be sure to inform you right
あ
away.
りがとう。助かる。
Thank you. That will be very helpful. Kodaha. We each had our own struggles, each searching for something precious of ours. Okay, wait. We talked about this, actually, me and my sister. Because I told her the story of Koyo, and the story of Sina. And she said, so when she dies and becomes a ghost, is she going to be young? Could he be her father when he was young? Would she know what her father looks like young? We each have our own struggles, each searching for something precious of ours.
それでは私は七不思議を探し
Have I
に
seen an old
今度は
ghost
別の
yet?
場所へ行ってくるわね。
In any case, I'll continue searching for the seven wonders elsewhere. Are you sure you're okay? Perhaps you should rest a bit, my guy.
平気よ。むしろ心が上向きなくらいだわ。やっと一歩を踏み出せたのだから。
Feeling much better. I feel like I finally found a way to move forward. Yui's smile reassured me, but I exchanged an anxious glance with Kuroha. Kuroha silently watched as she began to leave. Stopping Yui now would only hinder her in her quest to find peace. Thank you, Yui. Let's do this together. Yui Tsukugami, one of the Narimigahama's high seven wonders, the girl known as the girl in the nurse's office. The only daughter of Isao Tsukugami. She was rather prominent while alive because she uncovered all the previous school's seven wonders. She was spirited away and passed away. She is level-headed and calm.
頑張りましょうね。
Thank you. Good
あ
luck.
りがと
Why is she thanking me?
う。そうだったわ。せいやさんからこれをもらっておいたの。あなたに渡したいと思って。
Time to wiggle. I received this from Seiya. He told me to pass it along to you. And cover my legs with my blinky because I'm a baby. Is it a phone? Ah. She handed me what looked like a white flower petal. Do not show me pink and tell me it's white. It's a Khalifa flower. What are these?
カリファの花といってね。地獄に咲いている特別なものなの。闇を浄化する力があると言われているわ。
It's a Khalifa flower. They grow only in hell and are said to have the power to purify darkness.
例えば悪しき者、悪霊があなたを襲ってきても、それを持っていれば
If
一度だけ
something
守ってくれる。
evil like a wraith attacks you, it should be able to protect you one time.
実際どのようにしてカリファの花が力を発揮するのか体験したことはないのだけれど、
I've never seen its powers in
きっ
action.
と役に立つと思う。
But it should prove useful to you. I like how we're like, you know, like if a wraith gets after you, you're good. Thanks. I'm sure it will. I recalled Seiya saying he needed to talk, and I realized this must have been what it was about. Yui's kindness warmed my heart.
そういうことならお前のそばを離れても安心だな。俺も七不思議を探しに行ってこよう。
With this, I'll feel better about leaving your side to search for the seven wonders on my own. Right, I'll head out
い
too.
や、少し休んでもらう。体もだが、心も休めろ。
You need to rest both your body
少ししたら
and your
戻ってくる。
mind. I'll return soon. I want to look for stuff. I felt fine. Kuroha's concern was clear, and reluctantly, I agreed to rest. Just sit down and pout for a little while. After Kuroha and Yui left, I sat down on the bed. I popped into the bed and stared at the ceilings. Thoughts of my family flooded my mind. How long had it been since I vanished from the mortal realm? They must be so worried. I need to get back and put their minds at ease. Despite my newfound resolve, exhaustion from the day overtook me and drowsiness crept in. I suddenly felt my eyelids grow very heavy. I found myself back in my living room at home. Did I make it back?
よかった。帰らないから心配したのよ。
Thank goodness you're safe. We were worried about you. Mom! I sprung up and hugged her tightly. I'm so sorry for worrying you.
落ち着いたわ。ご飯できてるから着替えていらっしゃい。
It's alright. Calm down. Dinner's ready. Go get changed. Okay.
そうそう。あなたがいない間に進路のプリントを提出しておいたわ。
By the way, I submitted your college application while you were missing. Huh?
聖銀大学に向けて頑張りましょうね。
Let's do our best to get you into Seigin University. Huh? I bolted upright and looked around. Just a dream. Phew. Well, that's a relief. That caused me to pause. A relief? Why would I say that? It's terrible being stuck here. My heart raced with anxiety. I had totally forgotten about college. Even if I did make it back to reality, I'd be faced with the challenges there too. I took a deep breath to calm my racing heart. Being still like this caused my mind to cycle through negative thoughts. Maybe I should try to relax like Kuraha and Hibiki said. I stood up and walked into the living room, or hallway, sorry. I knew what I meant to say. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, cool. Multi-purpose room, 1D, 1E, elevate elective classes room, prep room, women's restroom, men's restroom, cafeteria, store. What? Reference room, 1C, 1B, 1A. Hibiki, men's restroom, women's restroom, prep room, audiovisual room. First floor, elevator, broadcasting room, some room, staff room, men's and women's restroom, prep room, meeting room, dressing room, student body room, library, nurse's office, discussion room, men's and women's restroom, storage room, principal's office, receptionist, and school gate. Oh wait, now there's some stuff. Oh, this looks terrifying. I made a video. I had the button for too long. That's my bad. That's not what I meant to do. I peeked into the my brain. I peeked into the faculty room and saw Kuraha gazing out the window. Kuraha.
ああ、お前か。もう休憩はいいのか
So you finished with your break? Yeah, I slept for a bit and feel quite refreshed.
そうか。あれからそれほど経っていないし、もう少し眠っておいた方がいいんじゃないか
I'm glad to hear that, but maybe you should rest a little longer. More than that, I feel like I need to change my mood. Mind spending some time with me?
それは何を置いても優先しなければいけないな。
Of course, let's do that. He smiled, making me feel at ease. It's so soothing to be with Kuraha. Thanks, let's have a little chat then.
それはいいが、俺は面白みのない人間だから、話題はお前に任せてもいいか
I'm afraid I'm not the most interesting person to talk to. What shall we talk about? Please, don't say that. There's plenty about you that's interesting. Like, for example, you have a sword. When did you start carrying that sword around?
ああ、これか。幽霊として目覚めた時手に持っていてな。
This sword, I've had it ever since I became a ghost. Really?
思い入れがある品は死んだ後も手にすることができると聞く。俺にとってはこの刀がそうなんだろうと思うんだが。
I like that. I've heard the attachments from life can follow you into death, so this sword must have been important to me.
いくら思い返してみても、生前の記憶の中にこの刀がなくてな。
No matter how much I think about it, I can't remember anything about this sword. Kuraha's sword. A sword Kuraha had since he became a ghost. Kuraha doesn't have memories of when he died, and he doesn't recognize this sword either. Kuraha stared down at the sword. Strange if it was that important to you. You should be able to remember something.
刀を持ったまま死んだのかと考えたが、俺はこれを使って何をしていたのか。
Perhaps I had it with me at the time of my death, but I can't help but wonder why. I wonder if it's somehow tied to the memories he lost. Such a dangerous item. What could have happened with it? Wink. As I mulled it over, Kuraha chuckled.
なんだ。お前も考えてくれているのか
Trying to figure it out for me? Yeah, I guess I couldn't help myself. I doubt I'll be able to come up with anything useful.
それでもいい。一緒に考えてくれる人間がいるというのは嬉しいものだな。
Hello! Hi, Blue! That's very kind of you. Just knowing there's someone out there thinking about it for me makes me very happy.
これまでそういう人間はいなかった。だからお前は 俺にとって大切で貴重な存在だと言える。
I've never met someone who would do something like that for me. I guess that's what makes you so special to me. Really? I'm not sure what to say, but that makes me happy too. But you mentioned you had a friend before. You've never talked about this with them?
互いに深い内情は話さない。生前に抱えていた傷をえぐらないようにな。
We avoid discussing personal matters. We don't want to reopen life's old wounds, he says, as if he didn't just compliment her for asking him a question. Old wounds.
成仏できずにいるのは、そういう傷があるということ。
Ghosts often carry scars from
死
life.
者にしかわからないところだろうな。
Perhaps it's something that only the dead can truly grasp. I guess asking too much might hurt his feelings. I'm sorry, am I bothering you with my questions, Kudaha?
お前は全くの逆だ。傷口に薬を塗ってくれる救世主ってところか。
No, you're not like the others. Talking to you is very healing for me. I was very grateful when he spoke to me like that. I don't think I'm that special. You're just being nice.
俺はそうは思わないがな。
You're special to me. Hearing Kudaha say that things like that made me feel like he truly is a beautiful person. Also, Blue, are you still planning on playing this on Halloween? After that, we continue to enjoy our short little chat together. But did we like each other more at the end of it? Tell me now, game. Oh, I just realized I did something wrong. Oh, it's the first time. The first time doesn't affect anything. Nice. I too am gonna play this on Halloween. For 9 hours. Get it? Get it, get it, get it, get it. Hopefully it doesn't crash like last time. Because last time it's like, oh, you're gonna play for 9 hours? Let me crash in the middle of it. Lol. Is Hibiki there? I climbed the stairs and faced the mirror. Holding back is so hard. You don't have to hold back. Think about it this way. You could get through the prologue and maybe get to like the first route, and that way you're playing the route on Halloween. Think about it. I climbed the stairs and faced the mirror.
来てくれたんですね。
You came! Oh, Hibiki. Oh, you little boy. Okay. Were you waiting for me?
そうです。またおしゃべりしたいなって思っていて。
He's blushing. Hibiki is blushing. I wanted to chat with you again. His voice grew softer and softer, making it hard to hear the last thing he said.
考えてみたら僕、気持ち悪いですよね。あなたはここを通っただけかもしれないのに、待ち伏せしたりして。
Now that I think about it, that probably sounds kind of creepy. It's like I ambushed you. No, not at all.
ごめんなさい。また僕はあなたを怖がらせてしまった。
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you again. I'm not scared. Besides, I should be the one to apologize. I quickly interjected, hoping to reassure him. Hibiki stared back at me, surprised. I only recently learned the details about the incident, and I was worried I may have offended you. I'm very, very sorry. I bowed deeply towards him. Hibiki remained silent, and I felt I couldn't raise my head out of guilt.
あ
Then,
りがとうございます。僕を気にしてくれて。
thank you for being so considerate towards me. I slowly looked up to see Hibiki smiling. You forgive me.
許すも何も、僕は初めからあなたを恨んでいませんよ。
Forgive you, I wasn't upset with you.
僕が恨むのは、昔からただ一人だけですから。
My hatred is for one person alone. You couldn't possibly share it. Isoa Sukagami, most likely.
僕の中にある憎しみは、いや、負の感情、そのすべてをあいつに向けないと。
All the hatred I have, it's all for him. Hibiki's face began to contort with raw emotion.
きっと他の人もそうだと思うけど、僕ほどあいつを憎めてはいない。
He's saying such horrible things, but in such a good voice. Like,
きっと他の人もそうだと思うけど、僕ほどあいつを憎めてはいない。
it's me, right? I am the problem. I'm sure the others feel the same, but I hate him more than anyone.
今日まで何度想像で殺したか。わからないくらい。
I can't tell you how many times I've imagined killing him. Wait, who is Hibiko's voice actor again? Do I have that note on my in front of me? I don't. Oh, I forgot who Hibiki is. Is this Eves? Hibiki! Hibiki! Quit that! His raw murderous hatred was unmistakable, and I retracted instinctively. Let's talk about something else. Change of pace, you know? Hibiki smiled bashfully back at me.
嬉しいです。こんなに心が明るくなるのは死んでから初めてです。
That would make me so happy. I haven't felt this good since I died. Phew. I worried Hibiki might get lost in his dark emotion, but he seemed pretty now. Better, not pretty. I don't know why I said pretty. I'm like, that didn't sound right. He's precious, right? It's like all that murderous intention. I should steer the conversation away from that topic. Mirror. Oh, his affection went up. Wait. There was no avoiding this one. But did Kuraha didn't go up with that one. No doubt this will cheer him up. Is the mirror world really vast and endless?
いえ、限られていますよ。学校の建物内だけです。それでも十分広いので満足しています。
No, actually it's quite confined. I can only roam within the school grounds, but it's spacious enough, so I'm content.
鏡から生徒たちの様子を見たり、僕も授業を受けてみたり。だから昼間の明るい時間が好きです。
I watch other students through the mirror, even attend classes myself. That's why I prefer the daytime. Hibiki's Mirror, Part 1. Long ago, there was a special spell cast on the mirror Hibiki is in. Another world exists within the mirror. That world contains only the Nari Migahama High School building and nothing else. So you don't explore outside the mirror at night?
幽霊ばかりの世界を見ても楽しくないので。怖いとかはないですけど、あんまり興味はそそられないです。
It's not as interesting with just ghosts around. I'm not scared, just not interested.
それに、会話を聞いたら心がざわめいてしまう可能性もあって。だから禁止されているんです。
What does that mean? What does that mean? Talking to them makes my heart feel heavy, so it's forbidden for me to do that. So, what does that mean? Forbidden? That makes it sound like it's a rule someone else made for him. Yeah. Who told you? Don't talk to other ghosts. You'll make me jealous. Who said that? I wanted to probe further, but his mood seemed to darken, so I again changed the topic. Are there any particular students you found interesting while observing them?
ああ、一人だけいました。何年か前にこの姿見の前でダンスや歌の練習をしている生徒がいて。
Oh yeah, there was one actually, a guy who used to practice dancing in front of the mirror years ago.
その男子生徒の頑張る姿を見ているうち、応援するようになっていったんです。
Seeing his dedication, I felt compelled to cheer him on.
その人は後にトップアイドルになったんですよ。
I heard he went on to become a famous idol. I wonder who that could be. I wonder if I've met him before. That's incredible. How'd you learn about his success?
それは他の生徒たちの会話からです。この学校出身のとか聞いたり、生徒のスマホを覗き見たりして。
I overheard some students talking about him. They mentioned him being an alumni, and I saw pictures of him on their phones.
あの時の男子生徒だって知った時、もうすっごく嬉しくて、夢を叶えたんだなって羨ましかったです。
When I found out it was the same student I'd seen before, I was so happy for him, though I envied him for achieving his dreams. His dream. I envy that too, having a dream to chase. Did I ever have a dream?
あの、夢に関して何か思うところがあるんですか？
Is there something about dreams that bother you? Hibiki, no. No, it's nothing. Anyways, I should get going. Look at the time.
あ、
I rose and began to walk down the stairs. Girl just ran. I feel so much better now. As I approached the doors to the nurse's office, I remembered something. The library is just across from here. The library was linked to one of the seven wonders, something about a wish-granting book. I didn't hear about it from Sayaka, but rather from conversation among my classmates. According to them, the details came flooding back to me. There's this charm to have your wish granted. Sounds suspicious, right? But it supposedly really works. And it's somewhere in this school. It's one of the seven wonders. They call it the wish granting book. Have you heard of it? Apparently it exists on the first floor library in the main building, but it only appeared to people who really need it. It has a reddish black cover like the color of blood. All those who see it are drawn to it and instantly go to pick it up. The amazing thing about this rumor is that unlike the other seven wonders, this one is verified to be true. Ah. Rumor has it that there's this girl who was being harassed by her teachers. She was so afraid of the teacher that she never told anyone about it. That's when she found the wish-granting book in the library. And just like the rumor said, she was drawn to it and picked it up. I hate my teacher. Please erase him. No, erase him not just from this school, but from the world. For me, for the school, for the world. Kill him. And on the very next day, the teacher was hit by a car and died. You think I'm lying? Go on, ask her. It was my older sister that did it. Do you always say that when you tell that story? Oh. The classroom buzzed with chatter about the rumor after that. Some believed it, others like me were skeptical. But now I have to search for that book. It's just a book, not a ghost after all. I should be alright on my own. Wish Granting Book, one of Narimika Hama's high school's seven wonders, a book with a cover red as like blood, and as the name suggests, it's a magical book that grants wishes. Then, as I turned to leave, I noticed a vague shadow glide across the hall's entrance. What is that large black silhouette? I don't know, but she looks adorable. Or he. I don't know, it's a silhouette. It appeared to, in the shape of a person and suddenly glared at me. Fear paralyzed me. I couldn't move, overwhelmed by a piercing dread. This is bad. This thing might kill me. Like a death note. But only one time. Saying. End of the chapter? Did we end the chapter there? What happened? Ooh. I was like, what's with this long pause? Oh no, I didn't need to do that. I've messed everything up. We're okay, everything's fine. I felt dread, its death itself, come near and closed my eyes, hoping to escape it. Seconds later, I felt a grip on my arm and I prepared for the
俺だ
worst.
から安心しろ。こっちだ。
It's okay, it's me. Follow me. When I opened my eyes, I found Kodaha pulling me by my arm. We hurried up the central stairs to the third floor. What's on the third floor? My school? Classroom? Upon entering a classroom, Kodaha quickly shut the door. Kodaha gently comforted me as I
落ち
gasped
着いて
for
から
air.
でいい。
Oh, sorry, started to yawn. Take your time and to calm down. I nodded, still trying to catch my breath. He patiently waited until I regained my composure. It's alright, I'm okay now. Thank you so much for saving me. I don't know what I would have done if you didn't show up. If Kudaha hadn't showed up when he did, I likely would be. Ugh, somehow I knew that thing meant death. Just thinking about it made me shiver.
あれは時折現れる怪異でな。ごく稀にああして徘徊している。
That's a creature that appears from time to time just to wander around. It didn't feel like other ghosts. Can you scooch more centering on?
それは悪霊だからだ。
It's a wraith? Duh. A wraith? I clenched my hands, both of which were still shaking.
だが、今まで襲われたという話は聞いたことがなくてな。だから妙なんだ。
However, I've never heard of a wraith attacking someone before. It's quite odd. Kudaha's serious look made me
この空気
anxious.
に当てられ、聖者であるお前に興味が湧いたか。
Perhaps it's drawn to you as a human being. Or perhaps the air here has made it act strange. Two things can be true. That's really frightening. Kudaha's gaze remained intense. Slowly I began to feel unnerved even by his presence.
興味を抱くのもわかる。こちらが見ることは日常茶飯事だが、こちらが見られることは珍しい。
It's unusual for the living to see us. Maybe that's why it noticed you. It's also rare for us to touch the living.
何より、触れられるのは初めてだ。
In fact, this would be my first time. He extended his hand towards me and I instinctively stepped back. Kudaha, what are you doing? He quickly changed his expression and smiled.
冗談だ。許せ。
It was only a joke. Please forgive me. Haha.
お前があまりにも暗い顔をしているから、少しからかってやろうと思ってな。
I wanted to lighten the mood, so I thought I'd tease you a bit. Ugh. That was terrible of you. I don't know. These both have a similar vibe. That was terrible of you. That was terrible. Don't tease me at a time like this.
すまない。笑ってくれると思ったんだが、怒らせてしまったか。俺には人を楽しませるセンスがなくていけないな。
My apologies. I wanted to make you smile, but I guess I failed. Sorry, I'm not good at humor. Twas not the right answer. We need to bring that affection bar up, please. Phew, I'm glad it was just a joke. For a moment, I thought you might have gone crazy because I'm a member of the living.
それは絶対にないから安心しろ。これでも確信を持って言えるんだぞ。お前自身に惹かれていると。
Don't worry, that's not gonna happen. I'm drawn to you for who you are, not because you're alive. Right, I understand. His directness threw me off, despite not knowing full well he was just meant it as a person. Kudaha had a tendency to be so direct sometimes. Now I found my heart racing for a totally different reason. I do trust you, Kudaha, but you really had me fooled for it with your acting.
そうか。
Were you an actor in the past
俺の
life?
演技力も捨てたもんじゃないな。
Is that why you have a sword? Is that so? Then I guess my acting skills aren't so bad after all. But I won't fall for it next time. From now on, my trust in you is even stronger. There you go again. Pretty good acting with that embarrassed look on your face. Something wrong?
お前には負ける。
You got me, I give up. He seemed amused, but I, on the other hand, was puzzled. Is he still trying to cheer me up?
でもお前が無事でよかった。こっちも肝が冷えたんだぞ。
Regardless, I'm just glad you're okay. I was truly worried back there.
今回は早く気づけたからよかったが、今度から学校中に響くほどの悲鳴を上げてくれ。
I reacted quickly this time, but in the future, yell loud enough for me to hear you no matter where I am. Does that mean you'll come to my
そ
rescue?
れしかないだろう。 お前に何かあってはいけないからな。
Of course, I won't let anything happen to you. He looked so His look of concern made me feel reassured, yet I couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. No matter what I do, I'll never be able to face down a wraith on my own. I realized it would be best to face my own limitations and do everything I could to ensure he didn't worry about me. Kuraha, I'm off to investigate the next of the seven wonders. Will you come with me?
もちろんだ。
What?
お前を一人では行かせない。
Part of my orders was canceled. This isn't something you should do on your own anyway. Said something was canceled. What was canceled? How dare you cancel my snacky? That's so messed up. It said I could has it, and now it says I can't. Look what's finally available at Target. But it says I can't order it, so now I'm sad. Aww. I ordered it for pickup, and now I can't have it. Just having you by my side makes me feel all the more courageous.
それは嬉しいな。
I
お
was
前の
at
支えになれて
my
いるようで。
Halloween party with my friends. This just reminded me. And my friends always make fun of me because they say I have a really weak heat tolerance. But I now eat bulldog quite a lot. And it's spicy. Boy, is it spicy. And apparently a lot of my friends can't even do that. So I was eating salsa and she was like, it's really hot, be careful. And I was like, this is fine. And she's like, ah, you've grown, your palate matured. And I'm like, thanks, thank you. Just eat really spicy food now for some reason. That's good to hear. I'm glad to feel like I'm able to support you. You shouldn't just feel that way. You actually do make me stronger. Kuraha's touch was gentle and
俺もお前
reassuring.
がそばにいると力がみなぎってくる。聖者の時にあった活力が湧いてきて生きているのではと
I
錯
feel
覚するほ
stronger
どだ。
next to you too. It's like I'm regaining a part of my past vitality from when I was
だ
alive.
からこれからも頼ってくれ。 こ
I
れは
hope
俺の願いだ。
you'll keep depending on me. It's a simple wish of mine. I'm happy too. You've been a great help, Kuraha. We exchanged smiles and began walking back, but after a single step, Kuraha hesitated.
そうだ。提案なんだが、お前を守りやすいようすぐそばにいてほしいと考えていてな。
I have a suggestion. Stay close to me. It'll be easier for me to protect you that way. He then offered his sword sheath to me.
これを握っていてくれないか。手をつなげない代わりだ。
Can you hold on to this since we can't hold hands? Oh my god! Your sword sheath?
ああ。お前が保健室で休んでいる間、七不思議を探しつついろいろ考えていて、この名案が浮かんだんだ。
I came up with it while we were resting in the nurse's office. I was searching for more info on the seven
どうだ？
wonders.
いいと思わないか？
What do you think? Good idea, right? Kuraha's eyes flashed with enthusiasm and I couldn't help but chuckle. It certainly is a unique plan. Holding his sheath is an odd idea, but it was so like Kuraha. His oddity brought a smile to my face. Kuraha's a little strange in his thinking, but always deadly serious. Dits? I walked towards him and held his sheath. Let's head out, shall we? I don't know. Kuraha nodded, pleased, and we left together. Walking side by side, I glanced back over to her. Her hands were clutched tightly on the sheath of my sword. My plan worked perfectly. As we walked, Yui appeared
ご
ahead.
きげんよう二人ともこれからどちらへ
Hello, you two. Where are you headed? Hey, Yui. We're off to the library investigating one of the seven wonders.
そう頑張ってね
Well, best of luck with that.
ねえどうしてクレハさんの刀の塚を握っているの
Why are you holding Kuraha's sword sheath?
これは俺が握らせているんだ。すぐそばにいてくれた方が守りやすいからな。
I'm making her hold it. It's part of my plan to protect her. She's safer next to me after all. After saying that, I smiled at her and she smiled back at me. Though I wanted her to stay close to protect her, I feel like our hearts were growing closer too. Oh no.
あら、クレハさん、肩に何かついているわ。
Ooh, Yui, are you about to drop a joke? Because I'm ready. All right, let's go, let's go. Kuraha, there's something on your shoulder. Yui moved closer suddenly
守る
and
だけの目的ならいいけれど、異性として彼女を思わないことね。うつしおへの帰り道、彼女を迷わせたら許さない。
I love Yui. Oh my gosh, your sole purpose is to protect her, right? Don't develop feelings for her. I won't allow you to lead her astray. To lead her astray from returning home. Yui pulled away from me after saying this, a gloomy smile on her face. What's
ク
wrong?
レハさんの肩に悪い虫がついていたような気がしたのだけれど、気のせいだったみたい。
Nothing. I thought I saw a bug on Kuraha's shoulder. Apparently, it was just my imagination.
ごめん遊ばせ、クレハさん。
Now, if you'll excuse me, Kuraha?
ああ
Yes, of course. Yui's words were quite harsh. Why would I want to keep her here? I knew that was impossible. Yes, I was drawn to her, naturally. But those feelings could never be romantic. Even if they did rise to that level, I wouldn't allow myself to get in the way of her going home. Yui's like a protective sister, right? I'll protect her while she could see me and watch over her silently when she couldn't. Yui's like a protective sister. It's so cute though. That was my promise. He's gonna stalk her after she goes back to being a person. How cute. Along the path to the library, I told Kuraha about the wish granting book I heard about. Just as we arrived, I finished the tale. That's basically the gist of the rumor. It's not exactly a ghost, so it's not too scary.
命が芽生えることのない物体からなる噂話だったか
It's a rumor about an inanimate object with no soul. Kuraha looked rather upset. His voice seemed to be a bit shaky too. His voice seemed a bit shaky. He doesn't like ghost stories. I just remembered. Oh, that's right. Kuraha mentioned he doesn't like scary stories. He seemed fine when we met Hibiki, so I had largely forgotten about his fear. Not only am I constantly relying on him, I also forgot about this.
よしそれでは何から始める
Where do we start? I'll
張り
do
切
my
って
best.
手伝うぞ
I didn't know if Kuraha was forcing himself to be cheerful, but he was definitely acting strange. Have him help, just have him watch over me. Oh. Ooh, and yet with the sheer amount of books here, I knew I needed all the help I could get to find the blood-colored book. Okay, okay. And try finding a red book when the room is lit in red. Oh my god. When you're scared, being alone can often accelerate those fearful emotions. I hope he doesn't feel that way. I'll keep looking through the book so I can have you watch me.
それは戦力外通告か
Are you telling me that I'm bad at searching? Oh no. Oh no, no, no. We'll go back. We'll go back. I don't know. I guess Kuraha's not the one I can guess very well on. If I refused his help, he might feel even worse. Yeah, I should be the one to protect Kuraha from his fears right now. Fortunately, this scary story wasn't all that scary to me, leaving me feeling calm and composed. So you're looking for a book with a blood-colored cover. I'll go look at this shelf here so you can check that shelf, Kuraha.
よーし 頑張るぞ
All right, let's do this. He definitely is acting weird. He's acting too weird. We moved towards the bookshelves and started looking through them. Suddenly, without warning, I ran over to the bookshelf where Kodaha was and noticed a book by his feet. What
い
happened?
や、視界の隅で何かうごめいたような気がしたのだが。
Nothing. I thought I saw something move out the corner of my eye.
気のせいだったようだ。
It's just my
声を荒げて
imagination.
すまない。
Sorry, I screamed. That's alright. I'm just glad it was nothing. While saying that, I patted Kodaha on his back like you always did for me and tried to calm him down. Ah, he's blushing again. What is
Yeah.
it?
死んでいるというのに動機が激しい気がして。
It's just I was thinking about how my heart's racing even though I'm dead. He must have been really scared. Maybe it's better if we stick together. In this section I'm looking through, I'm having trouble looking at the higher shelves. Do you think you could help me there? Trying to minimize any negative feelings, I offered this compromise and was relieved to see Kodaha nod. After that, I got Kodaha to search through the top rows of the shelves while I scanned the lower parts.
話では必要なものの前にだけ現れ、目にしたら引きつけられるということだったが。
According to the story, the book would only appear to those who really need it and they would be drawn to it. But those were just the rumors and it was possible they were wrong.
これまでで学んだか。
Looks like you're learning. Yes, a lot of rumors so far have been wrong.
この独特な空気だ。うつしおでは隠れて見えないようになっていても必ず存在するだろう。
Considering the distinct place we're in, even if the book is invisible in the mortal realm, it's definitely exists here somewhere. Right, I'll try and look harder. Ooh, okay. Me. Alright, gotta use power. Alright, which book looks cursed? Pick your poison, yeah. Well, okay, so the one on the far left, this doesn't matter, I know, I'm making this fun. The one on the far left has like a binder on it, right? And the one next to that one has 2 stripes. And the one that's a little bit shorter has no marks at all. And then the fourth one, the closest one to here, the one that's like right there basically, has a small strip below it. That being said, every single one of them has a twin next to it. So that one that has the stripe has the one right beside it, and the one that has nothing has one right beside it, and the tall boy has a tall boy right beside. Actually, the tall boy doesn't have a tall boy next to it. It doesn't have the same markings. Ooh, okay, we'll try that one. I'm gonna save, even though it doesn't matter, because I believe you get to pick until you figure it out, but... Alright, we're gonna pick... second red book on the left. This looks like it could be it. I flipped through the pages but didn't see anything that looked like it could grant wishes. I closed the book and put it back. Fiddlesticks. Okay, my next choice was this was the second book on the right. This was the first one I picked, but then I changed my mind. Let's see. Dang it! I was right the first time! When I touched the book, I felt an incredibly strange sensation. Somehow I knew it was the one, even without opening the blood red cover. This one has to be it. The only reason I picked that one was because it had no markings originally. All the other ones had a marking, but then I saw everyone had twins. Kodaha, this is the book.
見つかったか。手に持っていると危険かもしれない。
You
床
found
に置い
it.
た方がいい。
Don't touch it. It might be dangerous. Just leave it on the floor.
わし
Okay.
を粗末に扱うのは許さんぞ。
How dare you treat me so carelessly? Whoa! The voice came from the red book and I dropped it in
痛
shock.
い。もっと優しく丁寧に扱え。
Ouch! Be
若者が。
careful, you klutz. The book's page fluttered like a mouth moving up and down. Sorry, I just got startled. I moved to pick it up, but Kodaha's white as a sheet stopped me.
あ、俺が
I'll
俺が
get it.
拾う。
You stay
お
back.
前は
He's shaking like a leaf. No, I'm okay. This is my task. Let me handle it. I can't always be the one being protected. Besides, a talking book might be weird, but not that scary.
だが
But trust me, please.
わかった。ここはお前に任せよ
Okay, in that case, I'll leave this part to you. I smiled and reached for the book again. Sorry. After picking it up, I carried it to a nearby table. I sat it down carefully and heard a satisfied sigh from the book.
さてと願いを言ってみるのじゃ。
Now go on, make your wish. So it's just like the rumor says, you really are a wish granting book?
さよう。わしを見つけた者に褒美として願いを叶えてやっておる。
That is correct. Anyone who finds me gets a wish as a
お
reward.
主は幸運じゃの。普段ならば探したところでそう簡単には見つからん。
You're very lucky. It's unusually hard to find me, even for people who are searching for
まっ
me.
たくこの忌々しい空気のせいで台無しじゃ。せっかくかくれんぼを楽しんでいるというのに。
Must be the weird air around us. It ruined my game of hide and seek. So this was all just a game to him. I didn't think it would be scary, but this twist left me feeling oddly drained.
恐ろしいものでなくて安心したが願いを叶えるというのが引っかかる
Glad it didn't turn out to be scary, but I don't think it really can grant wishes. After hearing it speak, Kodaha seemed to relax a
お
bit
前
more.
はいやあなたは何者なんだ
You, sir, what exactly are you?
お主の相手はせん。わしを見つけたのは娘の方なのだからな。
I'm not talking to you. The girl's the one who found me after all.
そうか
Got it. I suppose that makes sense, but can a ghost really grant wishes?
して娘。願いはなんじゃ。あまり物騒なものを言ってくれるなよ。わしの美しさが損なわれていくでな。
So, girl, what's your wish? Nothing too risky, please. I've got my looks to maintain. Your looks?
汚れた願いを言うものが多くての。本が忌々しい色彩へと染め上げられ困っておるのじゃよ。
Yeah, wishes for dark dreams stain me. The colors of those wishes turn my pages red. So that's why it's blood red from all those past wishes. That thought alone made me shiver. Maybe I shouldn't ask for any more details. I'll just make my wish and go. Just as I was about to speak my wish, I hesitated. What if there's a better wish? Like simply restoring this place to the real world. I glanced at Kodaha, who was lost in thought. Then I turned back to the red book. Please return this space to the original school.
申し訳ないがそれはできぬ。
Sorry, no can do. Ah, why
わ
not?
しとて神に盾つくのは嫌での。すまんが他の願いにしてくれ。
I'm not one to defy the wishes of the gods. Pick something else.
おい今神って言ったか
Did you just mention the gods? Kodaha and I were both taken aback. A god's behind me being spirited away? We pressed the red book for answers. Then it finally sighed.
なるほど。神隠しか。
Spiriting away, huh? That explains it. I'm struggling. You have to tell me more about this god that spirited me away. The red book stayed silent for a while. Oh, wrong direction. There we go. Flipping its pages
この
open.
空間は神が作ったものとだけ言っておこう。
A god created this space. Let's just leave it at
あ
that.
まり口にすれば目をつけられかねん。悪いがこれ以上は勘弁してくれ。
I'll get targeted if I say any more. Sorry, you'll just have to let me leave it there. It made it sound as if this god was watching us, and I felt a chill run down my
お主
spine.
の願いが今のものだけなら残念ながら役には立てん。棚に戻してくれんか。
If that's your wish, I can't help you. Please put me back, would you?
さっきの情報だけでも知れてよかったじゃないか今は本来の目的を果たそう
At least we learned something, right? Let's focus on what we came for. Yeah, you're right. I shook off my disappointment and turned to face the book again. I do have a wish. I want to know your name.
これは驚いた。わしの名を知りたい人間がいるとは。
That's a first. A human who wants to know my
悪
name.
いが、それは願いの範疇ではない。あやかしは特別な契約でもなければ、あまり名を口にしない。
Sadly, that's not a wish I can
ただでは惜しい。
grant. We spirits keep our names secret unless there's a special contract involved. I won't tell you for free. So it is a spirit. I guess that explains the wish granting. I didn't realize names were so important to both ghosts and spirits alike. How can I learn your name then?
そうじゃのう。お主と何か契約する気も起きんし。
I'm not really keen on opening the books for any new contracts.
交換条件として名でももらっておくか。
How about your name in exchange? Quickly turned to Kodaha. He just shook his head, staying silent. Normally, I'd just blurt out my name, but in this world, if ghosts were lurking and listening, I couldn't just carelessly reveal my name. And I don't exactly trust this talking red book either. What if it does something to me the moment I say my name? Lost in these thoughts, the red book began turning its own
これ
pages.
はわしとお主との秘め
Your secret's
事。ゆえ
safe
に
with
他に知られぬよう。
Write
互
it
いに
here.
ここへ記すこととし。
So no one else knows. That meant no other ghost would find out, but then a brush appeared out of thin air. It seemed to want me to use it. Do I have a choice? I hesitantly picked up the brush and stared at the crimson red pages. Like the cover of the book itself, the pages were the color of blood, filled with dread. Then I felt someone touch my arm. It was Kodaha. Kodaha looked troubled, his gaze drifting. He seemed torn, wanting to stop me, but knowing it might be our only chance to initiate a spiriting away and escaping this place. If I push Kodaha to speak now, he might regret it later. It's okay, remember, I said I'd handle this. I forced a smile, hoping to reassure him.
すまない。
Death Note. It's the second Death Note reference, actually. I'm sorry. He released my arm with a sigh. Here goes nothing. I began to write on the dark red page. Ooh, I can just start. Okay. Can I save? Oh, wait. Wait, why me? Why default? Why would you put the default? No. Oh, what if I put bunny? Start plus. After writing my name, I put the brush down. The writing vanished as if absorbed by the book, and then my name is Hagiwara, a spirit who served the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace. I was reminded of a story I heard as a child. It can't be. Lost in thought, I noticed the book snap shut. Wish granting book. A ghost who enjoyed playing hide and seek with the living. Its true nature is a spirit named Hagawara. It supposedly serves in a palace, as the name suggests. It grants people's wishes.
さて、これでよいかな。
Happy now? Yes, thank you. Did you know you're one of the school's 7 wonders?
それはもちろんじゃ。人間に忘れられないようここを選び、七不思議の一つになろうと奮闘したのだぞ。
Imagine being a ghost and you're like, I have a dream, okay? And it's to become a ghost story at a high school. That's why I chose this place. I strive to become one of the 7 wonders. You tried to become one yourself?
さよう。人間に忘れられれば存在が消えてしまうでな。
Oh.
私とは儚いものよ。
Of course. If humans forget me, I'd vanish. The life of a spirit is transient, you know.
わらべが多いここはうってつけであったぞ。信じやすく好奇心旺盛であるからな。
A school filled with curious kids is
一人の
perfect.
生徒の願いを叶えてやったら即座に噂が広まり、
One granted
皆わし
wish
に夢中
and
じ
I'm
ゃ。
the talk of the town. I see.
あやかしというのは大変だな。他にも困っているあやかしがいるのなら、七不思議の座を喜んで譲りたい。
Life's tough for a spirit. If others want my place among the 7 wonders, I'd gladly give it up.
そうかそうか。困っている者がいたら提案してみよ
Interesting. I'll be sure to mention it to those in need.
う。だが、お主の噂話は有名すぎるゆえ、そう簡単には奪えない。
But your rumor's so famous, I'm afraid it won't fade away so easily. She could have asked. If he knows the other two seven wonders. She messed up. I suppose that's true. After all, I'd first heard whispers of Katakata soon after joining the school. Konoha looked pensive, sighing heavily.
俺のことを知っているんだな。今回が初めてと思っていたが、どこかで会っていたか。
You do know about me. I thought this was our first meeting, but have we met before?
いや、これが初対面じゃ。だが、生徒の会話からカラカラさんの話は聞いておったからの。
This is our first meeting, but I've heard about Katakata from the students, that's all.
俺、その見た目。噂通りの風貌じゃ。お主が当てはまらんだろう。
And you're the spitting image of those rumors. You couldn't be anyone else.
あ、そうか。
Figures. So this book figured out he was Katakata based on his looks.
楽しい時を過ごせて満足じゃ。名を教えてほしいと言った生徒はお主が初めて。
I'm actually rather enjoying this moment. You're the first student who has ever asked for my name.
なんとも新鮮で心地よいものじゃの。
It's quite a refreshing change of pace. I'm glad to hear that. I'll put you back now.
ああ、待て待て。願いを叶えてはやれんかったが、楽しいひとときの礼に、わしが知っておるある伝承を教えよう。
Although I couldn't grant your first wish, allow me to share a local legend with you. Consider it a thank you for the fun today. A legend? What kind of
大
legend?
昔、この地に伝わっていたものじゃ。役立つものではないだろうが、これくらいしかできぬでな。
It's an old tale from around these parts. It may not be useful, but it's all I have to offer. With that, the book opened up again, revealing words on the page. Konoha and I both leaned in to read the legend. Long, long ago, children in these lands would often disappear. The villagers would search and search, but none of them were ever found. Something strange is going on here. Maybe a beast took them. You mean to say they were eaten? There are rumors of a man-eating wolf who lives in the next village over. Then it comes to our village now. Indeed, and soon it will pose a threat to all of us. The villagers got worried and sleepless. They began leaving offerings at the base of the mountains. The wolf filled its belly with these offerings day after day, yet the children kept vanishing. Another child vanished. Then the offerings were meaningless. That's not true. I saw other animals eating the offerings the other day. The wolf never got it. Then let us dig out a cave and leave offerings to the wolves there. Wolves love caves. So the villagers left their offerings in the cave day after day. And what happened next shocked them all. A month later, all the missing children presumed dead at this point returned to the village. The mothers of the villagers wept with joy. Thank goodness you're safe. We were so worried you'd been eaten by the wolf. Fathers, too, embraced their children. We're so glad you're safe. Where were you all this time? The children looked confused. The god took us away. But they were satisfied and let us return. The villagers, surprised, asked the village chief. The chief pondered about this. It was not the work of wolves, but of a god. This god was testing our faith and taught us a lesson. We gave an offering to the god, and so our children were returned. We must continue to make offerings to the god. So the chief had an altar built, and the villagers continued their offerings to prevent any more kidnappings. Well, have we been continuing this practice? When we finished reading, Konoha and I merely glanced at each other, spiriting away offerings. It was just like what Isayo Tsugami did.
読み終わったか？
Finished reading? Oh yes. The book closed shut before opening its cover once more.
わしの知る神隠しの知識を伝える。それが今できる礼じゃ。
I've told you all I know about spiritings away, and that's all I can do for you now. Thank you so much. You've really helped us. It's just a legend, but could it really be true? Curiosity got the better of me, and so I spoke up. About that legend, did it really happen?
伝承と言うたじゃろ。昔これを仲間から聞いてな。それを記しただけに過ぎん。
As I said, it's a legend. A friend told me, and I merely shared it with you. I see. It could just be a similar rumor. There's no point in us looking into it any further. In addition, given Yui's goal right now, there's probably no point in telling her either.
今の俺たちには関係ない話だ。それよりも七不思議を追う方に集中しよう。
This story isn't relevant to us. We should just focus on the other wonders. Right. Nodding to Kodaha, I turned back to the red book. I'll put you back now. Thank you for everything. As I picked up the book, it opened slightly.
お主についている神は悪い神ではないぞ。
The god with you isn't malevolent.
さあ、棚にしまってくれ。
Now, back on the shelf with me. Alright. After returning to the shelf, I bowed and left the library with Kuraha. I guess I really have been spirited away. If I wasn't a malevolent god, then why? Seiya's words echoed in my mind.
これは私の戯れな。
Meh, 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 meh. Could it be it was for my own good? I feel like I was in the right track, but the reason still eluded me. But I suppose that was to be expected. How could I, a mere human, understand the thoughts of a god? Make an altar, pray to him. Maybe he will talk to you. Gods worked in mysterious ways, or so they said. For now, I decided to let go of these thoughts and focus on the task at hand. Kureha. After releasing the second of the 7 wonders, we left the library. She appeared to be daydreaming, and I wondered what she could be thinking about. Yet I too was battling my own nerves. I let her see me panic. I had vowed to protect her but failed. I felt like banging my head against the wall to shake off this terrible feeling. That's it. I should do that. I moved closer to the wall, ready to bump myself when... What are you doing?
情けない己に喝を入れるんだ。
I wanted
壁
to
に
punish
頭を打ち
myself
つけること
by
だが
hitting my head against the wall. Why would you do that? Please
だ
stop.
がさっきの俺はお前を守るどころか足を引っ張っていた。
I wasn't able to
恐怖に
protect
震える
you.
ばかりで
If anything, I brought you
情けない。
down. I was shaking with fear. I'm so ashamed. That's not true. Besides, having you by my side puts me at ease. Kuraha. He's funny, but in like a weird way. I put her at ease. Her expression seemed genuine. There's no need for you to bonk your head. She tugged at my arm and I found myself
お前が
smiling.
そう言ってくれるのなら
Well, you insist,
や
I
めてお
won't.
こ
I almost patted her head but stopped myself. Touching her could be dangerous. I'd been so cautious until that point. It wasn't that she charmed me as a living being, it was that my hand just naturally moved there. Let's head back to the nurse's office.
う。そうだな。
Yes, you should get some rest as well. Do I have any concept of time? I understand that time is probably passing differently in this world versus the real world, but like, is it nighttime now? I needed some time to calm down as well for her sake. Yeah. Trying to bang your head into a wall. Back to the MC's perspective. Back in the nurse's office, Kodaha tucked me into bed. He then quickly went back out to search for the rest of the 7 wonders. I know he was just being kind to me, but I don't feel safe enough to sleep here. My mind rushed back to the nightmare I had before and I pulled it upright. I don't think I should be sleeping. Perhaps I can find another way to relax. It's too dangerous for me to get into the hallway, but I felt I need to be able to walk around on my own. There could come a time in the future when I had to act on my own. And when that time comes, I needed to be able to move freely without fear. I know, I could head to my classroom and pick up my bag. After all, I was still curious about what had happened with my printout before. Considering how I saw it right after I was spirited away, perhaps it was from the god that brought me here. I peered out and saw Yui sitting on a chair.
どうしたの？あ、私がいると眠れないかしら。
Something wrong? Having trouble sleeping with me here? Never, Yui. That's not it. I just felt like rather than a nap, I need to do something to get my head straight, so I'm gonna out for a bit.
それは許可できないわ。あなたをよろしく頼むとクレハさんにお願いされているのだ
I'm
から。
afraid I can't allow that. Kuraha asked me to look after you. I understand, but I don't like always being protected by someone else. I shared my thoughts with Yui. She pondered for a moment, then sighed, seemingly
あなた
resigned.
の言い分も
You have a
間違い
point.
ではないわね。
So,
カリファの花は持っていて。
do you still have the Khalifa petals? Yes, I do. I rummaged through my pockets and found the Khalifa petals Seiya had given me.
念のため手に握っておくこと。そして襲われそうになったらこれを対象の体に押し当ててみて。
Hold on to them. If you're attacked, press it against your attacker. Is that the best way to use it?
試したことがないからわからないのだけれど、あなたができる自己防衛の方法はそれしかないと思って。
I haven't tried it myself, so I'm not sure, but it's probably your only defense if you get attacked out there. I suppose that makes sense.
でも一番いいのは逃げることよ。気づかれていないのならこっそりと、
Your best option is
気
to
づかれたの
escape.
なら全力で。
If they don't see you, sneak away. If they do, run as fast as you can. Got it. I'm not the most athletic girl, but I'll do my best. It's the asthma. It's exercise-induced asthma. I've had it since I was a child. Yui, thank you for understanding. I'll tell Kodaha about this later. Yui smiled
あ
at
な
me.
たを送り出すのはね、この前あなたも私を送り出してくれたからよ。
Still, it blows me away that people can run and not get out of breath like I do. It's crazy. I'm here to support you just like you supported me before.
私の内情を知って身を案じてくれていたのは知ってる。でもあなたは私の意志を尊重してくれた。
Despite knowing who I am, you still worried about me. You even respected my wishes. Despite the grudge the other ghosts felt towards Isayo Sukagami, Yui was proactive in helping me search for the Seven Wonders. And I won't interfere with your mission, Yui. I know it was her way of atoning for Isayo Sukagami did, and I wouldn't take that away from her. I can speak.
私もあなたの邪魔をしないわ。応援する側でいたいから。過保護なのはクレハさんだけで十分。
I won't stop you either. I'm here to cheer you on, and I'd say Kodaha's overprotective. Is Kodaha's overprotective enough for the both of
あ
us?
ら？それでいくと私もあなたも反抗期といったところかしら。
I guess by that logic, both of us have entered our rebellious phase. Seems like it. She patted my shoulders
Itterashai.
gently.
頑張ってね。
Be careful and good luck. Yes, I'm off now. Yui waved goodbye and I stepped into the hallway filled with motivation. I needed to be steady. One sec, I'm gonna work all. If unnoticed, and speedy if I was. 1 second. was just a question about why something was left on the counter. Naturally. Alright, I needed to be steady if unnoticed and speedy if I was. I glanced at the Khalifa flower in my hand. See, I just want a little bottle of Khalifa flowers. That's so cute. Press it against the attacker if attacked. Alright, now where to next? I should go find Hibiki. I should head to the entrance. Technically, I should go to the not the library. I should go to my room, which is on the 3rd floor. Oh, elevator. I should head to the entrance. Wink, wink, elevator to get to the 3rd floor. Where am I? I'm in the nurse's office. I understand she's got... I want to change my mood. Oh, wait. No, he never moves. Oh, wait. I can finally... Printing room. That's what the other room was called. We're following Kodaha, so we're going where Kodaha is. He's gonna be so mad at me. I headed to the entrance and saw Kodaha. Maybe I should go talk to him. Kodaha. Upon seeing me, Kodaha's eyes
な
widened.
ぜお前がここにいる？
Why are you here? About that. I told him about my conversation with Yui. Please don't be upset with Yui about
安
this.
心しろ。ユイを責めはしないし、お前についても何も言う気はない。
I won't blame Yui and I'll support your decision. You're okay with it?
お前の意思を俺も尊重したいからな。
I
くれぐれ
respect
も
your
気を
wishes.
配って行動する
Just
んだ
be
ぞ。
careful. Look, he's smiling. Thank you. I'm so relieved he understands.
ああ、俺でよければ、お前の気分転換に付き合わせてくれないか？
Mind if I join you on this little trip to unwind? That'd be great. Are you sure?
いいも何も。そうしたいんだ。
Being with
お
you
前といる
is
と
calming.
心が安らぐ。
I feel the same way about him. In that case, let's chat. Friends? No. Didn't work. We're not. No, wrong button. Hit the arrow. I swear. Down, please. Hobbies. Kodaha, do you have any hobbies?
最近は友人と共に映画を楽しむことだな。
Recently, I like going to movies with my friend. Ah, you can leave the school.
ここに縛り付けられているわけじゃない。心が惹かれる場所ではあるがな。
It's not as though I'm physically chained to the school, although I do like it here. I wonder if he's different from other ghosts.
ここを拠点としているが、時々外出するんだぞ。
This place is like my base of
海の方まで行くこともある。
operations, but I do go out from time to time. I sometimes even go to the beach. Really? Then when you say going for walks is one of your hobbies?
趣味というほど熱心でもないな。気分転換といったところか。
I'm not passionate enough about it to call it a hobby. It's just a way for me to relax.
気分転換は重要でな。心が病まないよう、いろいろと娯楽を見つけては挑戦している。
Relaxation is very important, so I try new forms of entertainment to keep myself mentally sharp.
心が病めば悪霊化してしまいかねないからな。日々、楽しみを発見するようにしている。
When your mental state deteriorates, it makes you more likely to turn into a wraith. Thus, I try to find things to enjoy every day. That actually sounds kind of tough. Seeing as we're all cooped up here now, I wish there was something I could do to help.
それならもうできているぞ。
You already are helping me. Oh, really?
お前と会話していると心が安らぐ。だからまた話しかけてくれ。
Talking with you is calming
お
for
前なら
me,
いつでも
so
大歓迎だ。
I hope you'll continue to talk with me like this. That makes me genuinely happy. I enjoy talking with you too, Kodaha. In that case, I'll be sure to stop by again soon.
楽しみに待っているぞ。来ないなら
I'll be
俺から会い
waiting.
に行くからな。
If you don't come, then I'll go and find you instead. It sounds like a plan.
そうか。 そんなに喜んでくれるのなら、この後すぐに会いに
If
行
it's
くか。
something you'd like, maybe I can come see you soon. I mean, we're already together right now. Kuraha can sure be airheaded sometime. What a ditz. Why are we doing this? I guess that's part of his charms. Kuraha's got a crush on me. I bid farewell to Kuraha and realized something on my way back to the nurse's office. Right, I was headed to my classroom. Am I a ditz or is he? I changed directions and ascended the central staircase. I wonder if Hibiki is around here. Peering into the mirror, I saw him sitting alone by himself on the stairs. Hibiki! He comes running! Noticing me, his entire face seemed to light up and he came out of the mirror to meet me.
僕の出番でしょうか。情報屋として頑張ります。
It's my time to shine as your informant. I promise I'll give it my all. Oh no, it's not that. I just happened to pass by and I just wanted to say hi. Hibiki tilted his head in
これか
confusion.
ら七不思議の会に会いに行くんですか？
Are you off to search for another one of the 7 wonders? No, I wanted to pick up something I left in my classroom. Plus, there was something else I wanted to check up on.
そうですか。荷物を取るだけ。
Just for your things, I see. Is something wrong?
僕も一緒に行きたいな。
Would you mind if I came along? Really? Are you sure? I knew he'd been holed up in the mirror by himself for so long, so his request caught me by surprise. He shut in, referring to Hibiki. Supposedly, he's been shut in his mirror for a very long time. He has started to come out more as he began talking with the protagonist. And so he was forbidden from interacting with other ghosts, right?
幽霊に会いに行くわけじゃないなら平気です。
You're not going to see another ghost, so it should be alright. What if there was another ghost along the way?
それを言われると。
Right, I didn't think about that. He's so nervous now. Wiggle, wiggle. I hope I haven't upset him. What should I do now? Don't worry, I'll protect you. And what is what I want to say, but I'll leave it up to you, Hibiki. Oh no, he liked that. Just kidding. I didn't think he would like that. Don't worry, I'll protect you. I was puzzled about why interacting with other ghosts was forbidden. It seems like something rather core to him, who he was, and I realized I couldn't simply ask to so instead I said, I'll protect you, Vicky, let's go together.
あなたが
You
僕を？
protect me? Yeah, I'll keep you safe from ghosts, don't worry. I expected him to be happy about my offer, but instead he seemed offended.
バカにしないでください。女の子に守られなくても僕は平気ですから。
Don't belittle me. I don't need protection from a girl. With that, Vicky headed up the stairs alone.
さあ、行きますよ。
I'll lead the
僕が
way.
先頭です。
Come on, hurry up. Follow after me. I quickly rushed to follow him because now he's running. I didn't mean to belittle you.
僕があなたを守る側ですから。幽霊が来ても平気だって分からせます。
I'll be the one to protect you. You'll see. You'll be safe even if a ghost appears. Really? I thought you wanted to avoid
大
them.
丈夫になったんです。
That
た
was
った今。
before. I'm fine now. Not scared at all. I guess this is what happens when you injure a young man's pride. Okay, I'm counting on you. Vicky turned back to me, smiling
Hi.
confidently.
任せてください。
Yes, you can count on me. Wait, is it Vicky? Is this Dahat? Is this Dahat's voice actor? I just realized he sounded very Dahati. Wait, I don't know who these voice actors are anymore. You can count on me. Your smile was oddly reassuring to me. Entering my classroom after so long felt strangely refreshing. Now, as to why I came here, their mysterious printout was still on my desk. I'll be quick. With that, I headed to my desk. Then I picked up my bag and slung it over my shoulder. I cautiously looked down at the printout, but it's totally blank. At that time, I thought I remembered seeing something else drawn on it.
どうかしたんですか？
Is something wrong? Hibiki approached, seeing me frozen in place. Oh, how can I possibly explain this? I hesitated, then told him about the blank printout I found upon waking up.
このプリントに触れたら何か書かれたですか？
So when you touched it, you remember there being something written on it? Hibiki pondered, looking at the
もし
printout.
かしたら今見えてない裏面に何か書かれているかもしれませんね。
Maybe there's something on the
僕
back.
確かめてみます。
Mind if I take a look?
大
But
丈夫ですよ。あなたに何かあったら大変だけど、僕なら平気です。
you understand,
わかり
right?
ますよね。
It's okay. I don't want anything to happen to you, but I'll be fine. You understand, right? Is Hibiki saying that because he's already dead? I understand, but I'm still worried whether you're alive, living or dead.
Eh?
Huh? Perhaps my reaction was emotional, but this affects me directly. I should be the one to touch it. I was too scared to do it back then, but in the end, it didn't harm me. I reached out
ダ
and...
メ！
No! Hibiki's scream made me stop. Hibiki! He looked as surprised as I was.
ごめんなさい。急
I'm
に大きな声
sorry. I don't know why I yelled.
をうまく言えないんですけど、例えば死ぬようなことじゃなかったとしても、
How can I
苦し
put
む
this?
姿を見たくないんです。
Even if it doesn't kill you, I wouldn't want you to get hurt by it
先生。
either.
僕は傷つけられ、苦しむ人たちの声をたく
When
さん聞いて
I
きま
was
した。
alive, I heard so many voices cry out
そ
in
れ
pain.
がとても辛かったし、
It was so terrifying. Oh, shit. The strained expression on his face told me just how much the divine invocation incident had affected him. Could he have ended his life because he couldn't endure it anymore? That was terrible. The sharp pain echoed in my heart. The pain wasn't exactly mine, but for Hibiki and for all the terrible trauma he must have suffered.
だからあなたが苦しむ可能性が少しでもあるなら、
This is why I want to make sure
僕が
you
回避させます。
don't suffer at all. Determined, he slowly reached out for the printout. Did I get another missed call? Who keeps calling me? Oh no, that was from earlier. Still worried, I watched him flip over the paper and nothing. It was totally blank. Surprised, I turned to Hibiki. Hibiki, are you alright?
はい、異変とか起きてないですけど、
I'm fine, but there doesn't seem to be anything here.
あなたが触れた時何か描かれたなら、僕が触れても同じ現象が起きると考えていたんですけど、
You said something was drawn on it when you previously touched it, so I figured I'd see the same thing, but... Oh, right. His words gave me a hint. I think it reacts to me. It never occurred to me when it was blank, but this item probably belonged to me. That's why I need to be the one to hold it. Hibiki instantly looked worried. It should be fine. If it's related to the god who spirited me away, it won't hurt me. I'm not sure if it's the same god. However, I knew I needed to say this, or Hibiki would just let me touch it. The spirit in the library said the god who spirited me away isn't evil. Again, that's just what I heard though. I have no proof, only the red book's words. Hibiki looked back and forth between me and the printout, clearly torn about what to do.
わかりました。異変を感じたらすぐにプリントから手を離してくださいね。
Fine, but let go of the printout immediately if you feel anything unusual. Understood, and I have this, so there's nothing to worry about. I showed him the Khalifa flower wrapped in my handkerchief.
どうしてあなたがこれを？
Why do you have that? You recognize this? Apparently it's called the Khalifa flower, and
いえ、知らないです。知っている花かなって思ったんですけど、違いました。
oh, I don't know. I thought I recognized it, but I was wrong. Oh, okay. Anyways, I got it from the Grand Warden of Hell. It's supposed to protect me from harm.
それなら安心です。
Well, that's a relief. Hibiki seemed to be acting a bit strange, but I was glad to see he was reassured. He then offered me the printout and I took it carefully. At that moment,
探しましょう。あなたの道を僕は。
あなたを闇へ誘うもの。
The forgotten memories started flowing into my brain.
進路のプリントについては今日持って帰ってきなさい。何も決まっていない。
After regaining my memories, my vision was still flashing, throwing me off balance. Watch out! Hibiki caught me by the arm, preventing me from falling. Sorry, I'm okay. Hibiki immediately became self-conscious and quickly let go.
僕こそごめんなさい。触れてしまって。
I'm sorry for touching you, that is.
なんともないですか？平気ですか？
Are you sure you're okay? You're not hurt? Yeah, I'm fine. I saw some vision from before I came here. I think that made me dizzy. The voice was the same one from the room. I really have been spirited away.
思い出したんですか？
You remember something? Yeah, I remember everything. This piece of paper was my career path survey. Oh, I wish I could forget about that call I had with my mom.
進路って進路希望のですか？生徒たちが最近話していますよね。進路が決まったとか、まだ考え中とか。
I heard students talking about it from inside the mirror. Some made up their minds and others were still thinking.
ああ、鏡の中から生徒たちの会話を聞いて、それで知って。
I hear a lot of conversations from inside the mirror. That's how I know. Hibiki kept talking, but my mind was elsewhere, recalling the events leading me up to coming to this place.
大丈夫ですか？
Are you alright? Hello, friends. What have I missed? We talked to a book. The book told us the god following us wasn't malevolent. We learned about Yui's past and current situation. And Kudaha blushed 3 times. I'm fine.
でもそんな風には見えないですけど。もしかして記憶の中に重要な情報があったんですか？
You don't look fine. Did your memories reveal something important to you? I nodded, still lost in thought. I think I was spirited away while struggling with what to do with my future. Hydrate. Thank you. Could that lead one to being spirited away?
詳しく知らないので間違っているかもですけど。
I don't know all the details, but his tone was reversed and I turned to face him, still feeling groggy from the vision.
きっと神様は進路のことを一度忘れさせたくて白紙にしたのかなと思って。
Maybe the god made that printout blank to help you forget your worries for the time
焦らずに
being.
落ち着いて
To give you
あなた
time
に
to
考
calm
える
down.
時間を与え
Try to make sure. Did my order actually go? Oh, that's rude. Interesting. Okay. To give you time to calm down and think. Fair enough. Time to think. His kind-hearted interpretation shifted my building negative emotions. I never thought of it that way. If Hibiki was right, maybe this god really was a force for good.
た。どうでしょう。いい神様って聞いてこう考えてみたんですけど。
So what do you think? You said the god was a kind one, and that's what I came up with. Hibiki's keen observation and kind words touched me. I'm gonna say, we just don't want Hibiki to be happy right now. We're gonna come back. Hibiki will be happy later. Not only does he try to protect me physically, but emotionally. Maybe it really is a good god. If what you say is true, then this god must indeed be good. I'm sure hope that's the case anyway. As I mumbled, Hibiki leaned over to me.
そうだと思いましょう。その方が素敵だから。
Just assume it's true. It's more wonderful that way. Wonderful.
こんな目に遭ってるあなたからしたら迷惑だと思いますけど。羨ましいなって。
Given everything that's happened, you might not like me saying this, but I envy that
未
god.
来をいいものへ変えようと力になってくれている。僕にもそんな存在がいたらな。
I wish I was a being who could help you build a better future for yourself. I thought I understood what Hibiki was getting at, and it saddened me. How long are you streaming today? For at least 2 more hours. Yeah. Might be a little bit longer, but at least 2 more. And then we go to Samurai Comics to do the comic book announcements for Wednesday, and then we're gonna go to a haunted house, and then I'm gonna be playing Bridge Curse when I get back from the haunted house. So my goal is to be back by 10, but it might be later. So tonight might be a little late for the Bridge Curse. I remember my phone conversation with mom and felt pained. And then Halloween Day is the next time I'm gonna play 9 R.I.P. and I plan to play for 9 hours at least. So that's my goal. I'll use this time to think about my path forward after I get back. I could also use this time to figure out how to patch things up with my mom. If this was indeed an opportunity for a god, I shouldn't waste it.
ちょっと見てください。
Look at this, the printout. Huh? It's got words on it. I looked down at the printout. Aww. Oh, is there 7? Yeah, there's 7. Ooh hoo hoo. I get it. I get what's happening here. We have in the red corner Kuraha. We have in the blue corner Hibiki. Wait, I'm wrong. Well, no, Hibiki is yellow, blue. Yellow is Yuri? It's gotta be, right? Right? And then orange is the book? That doesn't feel right. There should be 2 red flowers. I get it. I know what's happening here. I'm just confused. The area that once was blank now had a flower drawn on it. This is it. This is what I saw before. At the time, I was panicking and couldn't see it well, but it was this flower.
彼岸花ですかね。
That's a corpse flower. Wait. I just googled corpse flower and it does not look like that at all. In fact, this looks like the flower that haunted our nightmares when we played Birche. But now I'm sad. I could have gotten that shape. Yeah, that's right. And there are 7 of them on the page, but something strange struck me about the 7 flowers. Only 4 are colored in, the rest aren't.
これがあなたのプリントなら、あなたについてを表している。
Maybe these flowers represent you. It's your printout after all. Or maybe they represent the 7 wonders. Just as before, Hibiki continued to help me think about what this could mean. Is it supposed to be me? 7 flowers, some colors, some not. 7. 7, 7, 7. Could it be the 7 wonders?
今七不思議のうち、いく
How
つ名前を聞い
many
てい
of
ま
the
すか？
7 wonders names do you know? In response to his suggestion, I quickly began counting on my fingers. Hibiki, Kuraha, Yui. The book, whose name I can't think of right now, but I got it. He told me it. 4. Look, even she didn't remember the book's name. She didn't even remember his name. Kuraha, Yui, Hibiki, the red book. 4, just like the colored flowers. The realization sent a chill through me. Does this mean if I find all the names of the 7 wonders, the god will return me to the mortal realm? Hibiki is a cutie, sad boy puppy. Honestly, yes. With like a hint of a second personality in there. Just a tiny bit hiding under the surface.
きっとそうですよ。今のあなたの状況ぴったりですし。
That must be it. It fits your situation perfectly. Triggering a spiriting away seems like an enormous task, but I'm on the right track now. Realizing I was making progress, it felt as though a ray of light was shining in the darkness. Had I been alone, I didn't think I would have figured any of this out. I probably would have been trapped in negative emotions, those memories dredged up. Hibiki, I bowed deeply to him. Thank you so much. I'm truly grateful for your support. Looking up, I saw Hibiki looking back at me flustered.
僕はそんな大したことしてないというか。
I really didn't do much.
でも、力になれたなら
If I
すご
helped
く
you,
嬉しいです。
then that makes me
よ
happy.
かった。
He smiled bashfully as he stammered out his words. Hibiki and I chatted while going down the stairs. Suddenly, he stopped. What's wrong? A chill ran through me. I sensed something behind me and froze in place. There's something behind me.
逃げてください。
Please run. Hibiki whispered as he passed me by. I turned and saw him facing something with an ominous aura. Victim of the divine invocation incidents, Yui Tsukigami. How dare you? It's the ghost from before. It seemed to be the victim that was tormenting Yui before in the cafeteria. Something about it felt different.
僕が死ぬことはありません。だから逃げてください。
I cannot die, so please run away. But I hesitated to leave him despite his
足手
assurance.
まといなんです。だから、早く。
You'll only get in the way here, please. You have to hurry. I sensed a deeper meaning behind Hibiki's words. There's nothing for me to do here. Thank you. With that, I started running down the stairs. I headed towards the nurse's office, but sensed another ghost below. I found myself on the second floor hallway. I should find another way besides the central stairway to get to the first floor. I cautiously continued, but right before the stairs, I saw the girl again. She found me. I turned and ran. Down the hallway, I saw Hibiki running towards me. Hibiki! Seeing Hibiki, I instinctively relaxed and ended up tripping over myself. This is bad. By the time I stood up, Hibiki was already by my side.
彼女に触れないでもらえますか？
His voice just got deeper again. I appreciate it if you didn't touch her. Hibiki stood between me and the ghastly hand reaching out to me. Oh no, wait, what? That's so hard to tell this time. Is it words? Is it ag? Is that it? Okay.
もう手遅れか。
It's too late, I see.
それなら
In that case, goodbye?
これいらないですよね。
Then you probably don't need this anymore. After he spoke those words, a terrible sound echoed throughout the halls. Ooh, what an end to a chapter! Wait! Oh my goodness! Baby boy, what was that? What unfolded before me was a sight so terrifying I nearly forgot to breathe. Hibiki had grabbed the hand of the girl and bent it backwards in an unnatural direction.
あいつを憎む気持ちはわかります。悪霊化してしまうほどだって。
I understand your hatred. It was even enough to turn you into a wraith. Turn into a wraith?
でも彼女はダメです。
But you cannot touch her.
今度同じことをしたら首を折ります。知っていますか？
Try it again and I'll
首が
snap
折
your
れる
neck.
時って
You know what happens when your neck breaks? Do you turn into the girl from the bridge curse with her neck bent backwards? Because that was still the most horrifying monster I've seen.
とってもいい振動が全身に響くんですよ。
Oh, that's right. He hung himself. He has an answer. You get this nice shiver that runs through your whole body. I shivered instead of the girl. Hibiki let go and the girl ran away. A calm, quiet return to the area. Hibiki? I turned back to him. His expression looked...
ごめんなさい。
How many split personalities can one person have? I'm so sorry. Huh?
かっこよく逃げてくださいって言っておきながら、あなたを危険な目に遭わせてしまって。
I tried to play it cool and told you to run away, but I ended up putting you in danger. Please calm down. It was my fault for tripping. I would have gotten away. Wouldn't have got away either way. Oh gosh. I would have gotten away otherwise. I didn't think I'd like Hibiki this much. You're like, oh, he's doing the exact same thing that Nanami is doing. Where he's all like, oh, I'm so scared and stirred. Don't touch what's mine. And I'm like, ah. It's great. It's great. I love it. I made you come in contact with a ghost.
それはいいんです。それよりも僕があの子を解放しちゃったから。
It's fine. Don't worry about it. I was the one who let her go. Let her go? He did mention her turning into a wraith. Did that girl turn into a wraith? I met her before, but she seemed different when we first met.
最初に遭遇した時は完全には悪霊化していなかったんです。だから正気に戻るよう説得して。
Also, for a game that talked about wraiths so much in Koyo's route, nobody turned into a wraith. I mean, yes, Reika did, but they didn't show Reika as a wraith. They just... smoke, billowing. Nah, not the same. When I first met her, she wasn't fully a wraith. I tried to help her regain her sanity,
分か
but...
ってくれたかなって判断して。だから解放したんです。でも手遅れだったみたいで。
I thought she understood, so I let her go, but it was already too late. I see. Her hatred towards Isao Tsukagami has only grown stronger. If Yui heard about this, she'd be crushed.
解放するんじゃなかったです。その後であなたと遭遇するとは思ってもみなくて。
I shouldn't have let her go. I had no idea she'd try and find you
本
again.
当にごめんなさい。
I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, Hibiki. If I hadn't been so clumsy, I would have been able to get away for sure. I'm just so glad you came back for me. Thank you.
そんなお礼は言わないでください。
Don't thank
僕
me.
のせい
This
なの
is
に。
all my fault. Let's just call it even, my guy. Girl, watch this man break this person's arm and it's all like, it's fine. Let's call it even. Affection up. No, no, boy. We're not doing anything that you like this time around, Hibiki. I'm so sorry. I can't. I'm trying to save all your cutscenes for your route. Not your cutscene, but your conversations. It isn't your fault, Hibiki. More than anything, I wanted him to stop blaming himself. Despite me saying that, he still wore a gloomy expression on his face. I don't know what else to say to him. Please don't put all the blame on yourself. That makes me sad too.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you
悲しませるなんて。
sad. With that, Hibiki tried to smile.
切り替えも大切ですよね。
It's important to change our mindset. I felt relieved to see his smile, and yet something about it still felt off. Sorry, my brain was trying to say a different word, and I knew it was wrong, which is why I paused. I wonder if he really changed his mindset. I tried to smile too. Yes, I'll be sure to change my thinking about this too. Actually, you know what? I think I'll try to become stronger too. I mean, I'll try to get better at being able to face down threats like that.
あなたは十分強いですよ。
You're
というか
plenty strong now.
強くなったと思います。
Actually, you've already gotten stronger. Yeah, you say that, but I literally just tripped over myself.
思い出してください。
Remember
最
when we
初
first
僕と会
met?
った時のことを。
When we first met? Blue falling hard? How can you not? When they start off super cute and sweet and innocent and then turn into a nightmare? Oh, cute. I recalled falling in front of the mirror before I first met Hibiki.
あなたは僕を見るなり硬直しちゃってましたよね。
You froze up the second you saw me. You let your fear get the better of you.
でも、さっきのあなたはすぐに行動できていたじゃないですか。
But now
しか
look
も
at you.
悪霊を相手に。
You were able to face down a wraith. You took action even though you were afraid. After being told that, I realized I was indeed better able to handle myself now. I never really been athletic type, so it made sense I tripped and fell anyways.
強くなれているでしょ。
See, you're getting stronger. I guess you're right. I guess I'm better. I'm getting a little stronger. Yet if Hibiki hadn't mentioned it, I never would have noticed. In the classroom too, I learned a great deal thanks to him. I'll be careful not to fall next time. I want to become stronger.
それなら僕ももっと頼れる男になりたいです。
Me too. I want to be the type of guy you can depend on. I think you're plenty dependable. I was able to leave things in your hands earlier because I trust you completely.
あれはすごく嬉しかったです。でもまだまだ。
I'm gonna aim for the prologue tonight so I can be on his route on Halloween. Yeah! Cute cycle applies to him too. I am Hibiki. This makes me really happy to hear, but I still have a lot to work
あな
on.
たが鏡の前に来て手伝ってほしいって言ってくれるくらいの男になりたいです。
I want to be the type of guy that you'd actually come to my mirror to ask for help. You say stuff like that and I'll end up relying on you sooner than you think.
本当ですか？絶対に来てくださいね。期
Really?
待して待ってます。
Please do, I'll be waiting for you. He's oddly happy about it. Is this okay? I asked you this before, but is it really okay for you to interact with ghosts outside the mirror?
あ、それはいいんです。僕次第な部分なので。
It's fine now. I just had my own issues to work through. His own issues? What does that mean?
あなたのそばにいる時だけは強くあれる気がするから。
Being by your
大丈夫なん
side
です。
makes me stronger, so it's okay. Oh boy, boy's gonna kill me. I didn't quite get it, but if he insisted that was the way it was, I suppose it was all right. We safely returned to the first floor and Hibiki watched over me until I entered the nurse's office. I set my stuff down and took a seat. I was a bit tired, but felt a sense of satisfaction. Right, I doubt it will be useful, but pulling out my smartphone from my bag, I checked the display. Looks like there's still some battery left. Glancing at the call logs, the last one was my mom, as expected. I really should talk to her again after getting back. I needed to find a way to explain things to her in a way she'd understand. I kinda doubt she will, though she probably won't budge unless I say, I've already found something I want to do. I let out a heavy sigh. Suddenly the door swung open and Kuraha and Yuri walked in. Hey, you
え
two.
え、あなたもね。
Hi there.
無事みたいだな。よかった。
Looks like you're alright, that's good.
あなたに報告があるのよ。七不思議の一つが判明したわ。
I got some good news for you. I found one of the 7 wonders. Wow, that's amazing. I got something to share with you too. I ran into a wraith. I shared with them what had happened back in the classroom. So this is a picture of the corpse flowers. Corpse flower drawing. A drawing of 7 corpse flowers of the career path survey. To the color petals, you need to hear names from the spirits of the 7 wonders. If you fill it in, you might get spirited away. She's like, if I finish this color paper, I gotta go home, maybe.
なるほど。確かにお前の説明通り、4本だけ色づいて見える。
It's making me curious. Corpse. Death flower. Okay, it's calling it a corpse flower, but it should be called a death flower. Okay, I see, I see. Red spider lilies, also known as Higanbana, is the flower of death in Japan. Got it, got it. So they're using corpse, but the word is death because that's the lycris. It's the same flower from Birche Evermore. And also from the end sequence in Inuyasha for the first season. I don't know what happens after that, but I just remember her and a thing that goes around Ferris wheel and those flowers. I see, like you said, only 4 are colored in.
指針になるものがあると便利だな。今までは名を聞くだけで実感というものがなかっただろう。
Having a clear direction sure helps. It must have been difficult just asking around for names. Definitely, but seeing them get colored in one by one helps me feel like I'm getting closer to the goal. It really is motivating.
その意気だ。あと3本。頑張ろう。
That's great to hear. Let's tackle the last 3 then. Yeah, just a bit more to go. We've got this. We're already more than halfway there. All right, let's get moving.
話の中にあった進路についてだが、この状況で向き合えそうか?
Also, regarding the college choice form, do you think you'll be able to deal with that when you get back? I plan on giving it some thought while I'm here.
もし話をしたかったら。
Well, if you ever want to talk about it.
いや、なんでもない。
Forget I said anything. Was he offering to give me advice? Kuraha was always so thoughtful. I was sure that was what he was about to do. Thanks, Kuraha. I'll definitely come to you when I'm ready to talk.
なあ、いつでも。
Yes, of course. His warm smile made me feel at ease. Now then, moving on. Yui, about the rumor you said you looked into.
そうね。
Oh, right. Seems like she was lost in thought. Her expression turned serious all of a sudden.
私が聞いてきた七不思議は
The 7 wonder I uncovered. Story time! In my class, there was a student who doodled on her desk with a pencil. Some called it graffiti. This rumor is about that. At this school, you shouldn't doodle on your desk, because doing so might attract a certain ghostly figure. Students call him the drawing boy. Sounds harmless, right? Almost cute, but I assure you, there's nothing cute about him. Fun fact, in school, I had to miss recess once to erase a drawing I did on my desk. It was in pencil, but like, it was also my assigned desk. It wasn't like we switched classes. It was my desk the entire day, so it wasn't like I was doodling someone else's desk for later. Imagine drawing on your desk and looking down to see a strange drawing. You lean in closer. Was it really you that drew it? Somewhere on the desk, it might say, "I'm lonely." Elsewhere, it might ask, "Where are you?" Or, "I want to see you." Then, a boy you've never seen before might have drawn it, and the moment you notice it, it's over. The drawing boy reaches out and grabs you. I've missed you.
そうして絵の中に連れて行かれるそうよ。
Look at this man's eyes. Look at this boy. He's seen death and he knows it. And with that, you're dragged into the drawing. I swallowed hard after hearing Yui tell the story. That's really scary.
また物に憑依する怪異か。
It's another monster that pulls you in. I realized I was probably as pale as Kuraha was now, and yet I wonder how Kuraha's holding up after hearing the story. After seeing how he reacted in the library, I couldn't help but
七
worry.
不思議に会いに行くのだからさすがにクレハさん同伴よね。
Let's meet this one next. You're coming too, right, Kuraha? Drawing boy, one of Narigahama High School 7 wonders. If you doodle on a desk, a ghostly boy will be attracted to it and will appear before you. Those who doodle will supposedly be dragged into the drawing. Well, about that.
あ、もちろんだ。
Of course I'm coming. He seems like he really doesn't want to go. As much as I want him there, I feel guilty for pushing him. But who could take his place? Something on your mind? No, it's nothing. He just said he wanted me to rely on him more. Maybe I could ask him? Kuraha was reliable and all, but I didn't want to burden him too much either. Maybe I should talk to Hibiki? Kuraha, can you come with me just part of the way?
途中まで
Just part of the way? You'll see when we get there. It's been 2 minutes. I just left this man. I paused while in the hallway with Kuraha. Kuraha, I want to ask Hibiki for help to meet the drawing boy. Is that alright? Kuraha frowned and his brow furrowed with
響
doubt.
は鏡の外に出られないだろ
I thought Hibiki couldn't leave the mirror. Yeah, about that. I hadn't mentioned Hibiki and the Wraith when we discussed what happened in the classroom because Yui was there. I was worried that Yui might start asking questions about the identity of the Wraith and blame herself for what happened, and so, after revealing the truth to Kuraha, excluding the part about the attack, he looked quite taken aback. He offered to help me even if it meant stepping out of the mirror.
すごいな魅力的な人間だとは思っていたがこんなに早く響を外へ連れ出すとは
I'm not like other girls. You really are incredible. I knew you had a special charm about you, but you've even managed to coax Hibiki out of the mirror? No, it's Hibiki who's amazing, not me.
謙遜するなお前に心惹かれるのは事実なん
Don't
だ
be modest. He's clearly drawn to you. I can't help feeling Kuraha always thinks too highly of me.
一つ聞くが俺を気にして響と行くというわけではないな
Just one thing. You're not going with Hibiki just because you're worried about me, right? I hoped he wouldn't bring it up, but I guess that was wishful thinking. What do? Do I lie? I struggled to respond to Kuraha's perspective question. I promised Hibiki I'd try to rely on him more. Saying it out loud felt strange, but that was what the two of us had agreed on. But it wasn't the right answer, so we're going back. I didn't think I could hide things from Kuraha, and besides I really don't want to lie to him. He was always so honest with me and I wanted to respond in kind, carefully choosing my words I spoke, to be honest.
俺を思ってのことなんだろ
You're trying to consider my feelings, right? How did you guess?
表情でわかるお前はすぐ顔に出るからな
It's obvious from your expression, you're rather transparent, you know? Ugh.
まあ顔に出ていなくてもわかるお前は優しくて思いやりにあふれているからな
Even if I couldn't read you so easily, you're always kind and thoughtful to everyone. That's...
心配してくれて嬉しく思うぞそういう気遣いに触れると
I'm
心が温
glad
ま
you're
る思い
worried
だ
about me. It's rather heartwarming to know how much you care. Oh, stop it. Will you let me finish explaining, please?
すまないお前のこととなると夢中になってしまうんだ許せ
I just can't help but be infatuated with you. Infatuated? His words took me by surprise, leaving me feeling rather taken aback. You aren't upset?
どうしてそうなる俺のことを思い考えてくれたんだ嬉しい以外の感情はないじゃない
Why
か
would I be? You were thinking about me after all. How could I be anything but happy about that? That was... The way he says it makes it all sound so obvious. I was embarrassed just listening to him, but his words filled me with joy. Well, I'm off to see Hibiki now. I'll head straight back from the nurse's office after.
そうしてくれお前が気になって仕方ないからな無事な姿を見せてくれよ
Take care. I suppose it can't be helped, but I'll worry about you the whole time. I'm looking forward to seeing you back here safely. Right. Kuraha accompanied me to the stairs, and as we parted, I realized just how warm my face was with blush. After she left, I headed back to the nurse's office with Yui gone. I took a moment to relax.
俺を思ってのことだとはいえ、留守番は辛いな。
I know she meant well, but it still feels strange to be left behind. The drawing room rumor apparently took place in one of the classrooms. I thought about joining them after a short break, but I wasn't sure if in which classroom the rumor was based, so I'd just have to investigate. I wish I wasn't so cowardly. I tried many times to change, but it never seems able to make any progress. I seriously hope this is the last time I lose out to Hibiki, but that really is all up to her. All I can do is hope.
別れの時まで、あとどれくらいか。
I wonder how long until she leaves. My mind went blank as I pondered the words. Why was I worrying about being separated from her instead of focusing on returning her to the mortal realm? I sighed again, gazing at the ceiling. I cherished this fleeting miracle and found myself hoping it wouldn't end. Oh no, he's got it down bad. Hibiki was already outside of the mirror waiting for me, and I quickly started to explain the drawing boy rumor to him. He listened without showing any fear, which struck me as a bit odd. Then I asked, Hibiki, would you come with me to check this out?
いいんですか?
Are you sure? He stuttered with noticeable... His stutter was noticeable, but his reaction seemed mostly positive. I'm sure. Didn't I tell you I wanted to rely on you more?
それはそうなんですけど、期待もしてたし。
I was hoped that was the
実際に
case,
頼
but
ら
I
れると信じられな
didn't
くて。
expect you to. Gasp. Will you come with me?
行くに決まってます。あなたとならどこまでも。
I'll go anywhere you go. Hang on, I'm hitting the wrong button. You're really committed, huh?
あ、嬉しくて
I
言
guess
葉が
I
暴走しちゃいました。
got a bit carried away, huh?
その落書きくんについてなんですけど、話を聞いた限りでは机に落書きしたら寄ってくるんですよね。
This drawing boy, it sounds like he appears if you start doodling on a desk. That's the rumor. How about we head to the classroom and try it out?
そうですね。もしそれで寄ってこなかったら他の方法を考えてみましょうか。
Okay, if he doesn't show up, we can think of another plan together. We both nodded and headed up towards the second floor. I sat down at a desk in the classroom, nervously twirling my mechanical pencil. All that was left was to doodle on the desk. Something about this makes me feel weird and oddly scared. I saw Hibiki's hand on the desk and looked up.
大丈夫です。僕がついていますから。どんな怪異が来ようとも、あなたを守ります。
Don't worry, I'm here. No matter what kind of monster appears, I'll protect you. Hibiki, his reassuring smile calmed me down, and I felt my composure regain. Thanks, Hibiki. It sure is reassuring having you around. I returned his smile, looking at the desk, and began to draw. I chose to doodle an animal character I remembered from childhood. Alright. I'm not very good at drawing, but I suppose anything will do, right?
それ、何ですか?
What's that? It's an anime character named Tono Damaru. It's from a show I used to watch when I was a kid.
猫が主人公なんですね。かわいい。
So the main character is a cat? That's cute. No, it's a dog.
ごめんなさい。僕その世間知らずで。
I'm just as so ignorant about stuff like this. Is this supposed to be not Domo? The green cat that lives in a closet. It has like a little bell. Sorry, I'm just so ignorant about this stuff. It's okay. I know my drawings aren't the best. Don't worry about it. I tried to brush it off so Hibiki wouldn't feel bad. I just hope it counts as a doodle. That led me to think about drawing some of my favorite things, like sweets. Speaking of which, I haven't felt hungry at all since I got here. Cookies, candies, strawberry cakey. Maybe in this world, normal body functions don't apply. I kept drawing.
反応がありましたね。
Look, something appeared. Vicky pointed excitedly. I'm lonely. Words appeared on the desk, making my heart race. Maybe there's more somewhere else on the desk. I looked around but found no other writing.
もしかしたら他に人がいると出てこないかもですね。
Perhaps it won't appear if there are other people like me around. That could be.
それじゃあそばを離れて気配を消します。すぐ守れる距離にはいますので。
I'll hide, but stay close enough to protect you. Don't you worry, baby girl. Okay. Hibiki stepped back and seemed to disappear, leaving me alone in the classroom. I've got to keep going. Donut holes. I continued with my doodles and soon... Where are you? When did that appear? More writing began to show up. Listen. Who draws W's like that? The more and more I noticed the writing, the more frequently they appeared. Oh. I want to see you. 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 There's nothing else. That's all it says. In fact, the other writing went away. Seeing so much writing startled me and I let out a small scream. They all vanished, quickly replaced by a picture of a boy. That means, is that a... I'm not here to criticize art, but like, that's a picture of a boy? How do you know? Thump thump. My heart pounded loudly. Hello. Eek. I looked up to see a boy standing across the desk staring at me. I nearly fell from my chair in shock. Seeing as Hibiki hadn't came for my rescue yet, I knew that I had to keep going. It's okay, stay calm. I guess the boy wasn't a wraith. Having seen a couple before, I could tell by the aura something about them was different. Unlike the drawing, his face didn't look scary at all. Oh no. Oh no, it's just a sad little boy who wants his mommy. I miss you. I'm so lonely, mommy. The boy's voice was filled with sadness on the verge of tears. Mama, I want to go home. His pain's cry made me feel bad for him. It diminished my urge to ask him about the 7 wonders. This is an insanity check. Ooh. I hesitated to press about the 7 wonders, instead focusing on comforting the boy. Were you separated from your mom? Oh no. Yeah, a man I didn't know took me away. A man he didn't know.
多分この子は月神功にさらわれて屋敷の小部屋に幽閉されていたんだと思います。
This boy he must have been kidnapped by Isoa Tsukugami and held captive in the mansion. Hibiki joined me, his face filled with sorrow. I felt a sharp aching in my heart. This boy too was imprisoned by himself in one of the many rooms in this home. In that house. He was murdered as a sacrifice. I drew lots of pictures on the wall, pictures of my mom. He then pointed out of the drawing on the desk. After that, I didn't feel so lonely, but I still miss her. The rumors mentioned the drawing of a boy, but it turned out they were actually drawings of his mother. Yeah, you're so rude. This shifted my perspective. You're quite the little artist. Hearing this, the boy's face lit up a little. Thank you. You're the first person who's ever said that to me. If the picture was of his mom, then the words, "I'm lonely, I miss you, where are you?" The boy's still looking for his mom in that case. I have a feeling your mother might be waiting for you, but not here. She's in a beautiful place filled with warm light. I spoke gently to the boy, hoping this would convince him to try and cross over. Where's that? I want to go there.
天井。いえ、天国で待っていると思います。だから、もうここに留まっていなくていいんです。
It's in the sky. I mean, she's in heaven. Either way, you don't need to stay here anymore if you don't want to.
ここへの思いはなくして、 ただお母さんに会いたいって強く思えば、きっと会いに行けます。
You shouldn't focus your energy so much on this place. You should just think about seeing your mom. I'm sure you'll get there. The boy seemed to understand Hibiki's words and nodded with a hopeful
教え
smile.
てくれてありがとう。お兄ちゃん、お姉ちゃん。
He sounds like the little boy from Radiant Tell that we helped. Thank you for telling me, you two. Forgot to ask his name. Wait, what's your name? The boy then enveloped in light and then swiftly disappeared. The classroom felt eerily silent. Not knowing what to say, I simply let the silence hang in quiet tribute to the boy. Please let him find his mom. Oh no, Hibiki's crying. I turned to look at Hibiki, who was silently
あ
sobbing.
んな風に純粋ならよかった。恨むことなんて知らないくらいに。
If only I could be that pure. If only I could let go of this damn anger. I knew Hibiki still harbored a deep hatred for Isoa Tsukigami. It was obvious even though he never said it. I wish I knew what to say. All I could do was gently pat and rub his back.
何して。
Yeah, don't touch him. What are you... I think it's okay if I don't touch your skin directly.
そう。
Yeah,
です
through
か。
the clothes is fine. Really. All I could do for him was try to be there for him. It wouldn't be wise to ask for more details. After all, I had to return to the world of the living. I shouldn't get too involved. I felt frustrated but knew it was for the best. What is it?
直接触れなくても温かいんだなって。
It's just I can feel warmth from you even without direct contact. Vicky smiled, seeming truly content. If I could bring even a bit of warmth to him, I was happy to do so. He chased warmth last time. After returning to the hallway, we ran into
無事
Kudaha.
に終わったみたいだな。
Looks like you both made it out safely. Kudaha, did you come to check on us?
あ、気になってしまってな。学校中の教室を見て回っていたんだ。
Yes, I was worried. I checked the other classrooms around the school, but that's so sweet.
クレハさん、僕でもちゃんと彼女を守れましたよ。
Kudaha, you don't need to worry. I was able to protect her.
あ、そのようだな。以前よりたくましくなったように思う。
That
頑張
you
ったな。
did. Seems you're getting more dependable by the minute, Hibiki. Well done.
そうですか。
Really? That's
嬉し
great.
いな。
Thank you. It's heartwarming to watch these two. From here, they look like brothers. Oh, that's right. I cautiously took the printout from my pocket. I got caught up in the conversation, forgot to ask the boy his name. I peeked out the sheet and... It's good. It's okay. It's okay. We got it. Thank goodness. Look, another flower's been colored in even though we didn't get his name.
あ、そっか。名前。ごめんなさい。
Oh,
すっかり
right.
忘れ
His
ていました。
name. Sorry, I forgot about that. Oh, it's okay. I did
色
too.
がついたのは良かったが、名前をもらわなかったというのは。
I'm glad it got colored in, but what do you mean you didn't get his name? Ah, I told Kodaha about everything that happened with the drawing boy.
その子供なら何度か遊んだことがある。
I've played with that boy a few times before.
自
Really?
分の死について聞いて回っている時知り合ったんだ。
I got to know him while investigating my own
見か
death.
けるたび泣いていてな。少しでも寂しさが紛れればと思い、かくれんぼやしりとりをしていたが、
He was always crying when I saw him. I tried to cheer him up by playing hide and seek or word games with him.
あの子供も七不思議の怪異だったとは思ってもみなかった。
I never thought that
成仏
child
できたようで何よりだ。
could be a spirit of the seven wonders. I'm glad he was able to cross over. Drawing boy, a victim of the divine invocation incident. Even after becoming a ghost, he continued to look for his mother. The true story behind the drawing boy was that he was drawing a picture of his mother. Kuraha knew the boy and would play with him from time to time to prevent him from getting lonely.
最後、笑っていきましたよ。
He was
幸せ
smiling
そう
at
で
the
した。
end. He seemed truly happy. Kuraha and Hibiki too. The two of them were unable to cross over, chained to this realm by the lingering regrets. They helped me so much, but I haven't done anything for them. There was a clear line separating us, but I knew it was a line I shouldn't cross. I should at least try to cheer them up while I'm here.
しかしこれで残すところあと2つか。意外と早かったな。
It's only 2 left. Things are moving quicker than expected. All thanks to your help. Hey, Vicky, what's wrong?
あ、この空間がうつしおに戻った時のことを考えてしまって。
I was thinking about Ash return to the mortal
あな
realm.
たから僕が見えなくなったら寂しいです。せっかくこうして
I'll feel sad when I can't see you anymore. I finally met someone I could talk to.
響の言う通りではあるが、会えなくなるわけじゃない。これまで通り見守っている。
Hey, Vicky, in some ways you're right, but it's not like we'll never see her again. We can still watch over her. Oh no, Hibiki fiction up. No, wait, hang on. Is it only his? Is it only his? I promise I'll never forget you. I'll always remember everyone I met here and everything that happened.
それは嬉しいな。お前の記憶に残ると思えば、今ある心の温かさも残る気がする。
It's easy with Hibiki. Like, Hibiki, I too have the depression. And he's like, That's nice to hear. It's comforting to know I'll be in your memories. I feel the same way.
なあ、時々でいいから、俺の名を呼んでくれないか。
Can you call my name from time to time? Just hearing you say my name calms my heart. Just call his name, but even so, it feels special somehow. I will definitely call your name.
ありがとう。楽しみにしているぞ。
Thanks, I'll look forward to it. I'm trying to come on you. I look forward to it, he says. Oh, he just wants to hear his name in a dark hallway from time to time. Listen. Tell all the girls to say his name. Say his name, say his name. If you say it 3 times, he might show up in the real world. If it's like Beetlejuice rules. Hang on, we got this. It's so sad that I'm the one who won't be able to see them anymore. If only I could have some way to remember them. Oh, maybe with everyone I know, but...
なあ、一度保健室に戻らないか。
How
休
about
ん
we
だ方
return
が
to
い
the
いだろう。
nurse's office? You should get some rest. Please wait. I then swiftly took out my smartphone to show them what I was thinking. If you'd like, can we take a photo? So I can always remember you two?
それは構わないが、映るとは限らないぞ。
I don't mind, but I doubt we'll show up in the picture. Oh, right.
でもこの世界ならもしかしたら映るかもじゃないですか。
Maybe we will.
いつも
Everything
とは違
seems...
う
In this
あ
world
やふ
seems...
やな世界だから。
Everything in this world seems rather strange.
言われてみれば確かに。試してみるか。
You might be right. Let's give it a try. Yeah, it couldn't hurt to try. Is this our group photo? I turned the camera and the 2 of them bunched up on each other's side of me. Look right here at the screen and don't forget to smile.
任せてください。笑みを浮かべるのは得意です。
You can count on me for that. I'm great at smiling.
すごいな。画面にしっかり映ってるぞ。いつも生徒たちが持っているスマホに収められる時が来るとは。
We're actually showing up on the screen. I didn't expect to show up in the smartphones. I've seen students carrying them around.
僕もびっくりです。死んだ後でも何があるかわからないですね。
I'm surprised as well. I guess you never know what life will throw at you, even after death.
まったくだ。このような体験、普通の幽霊にはできないだろうな。
That's true, though. I doubt many ghosts get to experience something like this. I'm getting teary-eyed. Blue, don't cry. I almost cried with the kid. Let's not cry right now. Their conversation sounded so mundane to them and yet so unique to my ears, I couldn't help but laugh. Alright, here we go. I knew I'd never forget
記
this.
念すべき瞬間だな。
A moment to remember this experience. The whole thing felt like a
なんだ
miracle.
か不思議です。嬉しいな。
Strange as it may sound, I'm so happy right now. All thanks to this bizarre twist of fate. And every time I looked at this photo, I would remember. Are they gonna fade out of it? Imagine taking a photo with them and not with Yui. I then returned to the nurse's office to rest. Yui and I were alone there.
眠らなくて平気なの？せいやさんが言っていたわよ。今のあなたは眠るのが一番の休息だって。
Are you sure you don't need to sleep? Seiya said the best way for you to rest right now is to sleep. I think a little rest will be enough. If I fell asleep, I felt I would wake up even more emotionally
あ
drained.
まり無理をしてはダメよ。休息はきちんととってね。
Don't push yourself too hard. You need to get enough rest. In that case, perhaps I'll go for a little walk. It'll help me clear my head, you know?
確かにそれも必要ね。
That
気を
makes
つけていっ
sense.
てらっしゃい。
Be careful out there. Right, I will. It's time for me to take a walk now. Man, he's getting all around. I should go to the library. I'm feeling like the library today. Maybe I can read in the library. I glanced at the bookshelves and noticed someone enter the library. I ducked behind a shelf. I really hope whatever it is isn't dangerous. Peeking through the books, I saw that it was Kuraha. Kuraha!
なんだ、いたのか。気配がなかったから驚いたぞ。
Oh, you're here too. You caught me off guard. I didn't even sense you were around. That kinda makes me kinda happy, actually. I guess that means I'm able to hide pretty well now.
今のお前からすると褒め言葉だったか。
I suppose
う
that
ま
was
く
a
気配を
compliment.
消せていたぞ。
You're able to conceal your presence quite well now. I'll make sure to do the same thing from now on. Right, I just came here to clear my head, but would you care to join me for a little chat,
お
Kuraha?
前からの誘いはいつだって大歓迎だ。誘ってくれてありがとうな。
I'd be more than happy to join you. Thank you for the invitation. The pleasure's all mine. Let's talk about friends, maybe? Lights. Kuraha, is there anything you like? You know, something that gets you really excited?
芝居だな。芝居見物もだが、自分でもやってみたいと思った時期があった。
That would be theater. Watching theater is fun. I always wanted to perform on stage. Is this a stage costume? Is he an actor? Is he like a kabuki act? What is this? Watching theaters is fun, but I always wanted to perform on stage. Theater, huh? Kuraha, the actor. Let's say that you appeared in a movie. What kind of role would you like to play?
この間見た映画で、秘密の組織のヒットマンが主人公のものがあってな。ああいうのを演じてみたい。
The movie I saw the other day was where the protagonist was a hitman of a secret organization. I'd like to play a role like that. A hitman of a secret organization. Ha ha ha! Hey, did they manage to chase me this? How did they manage to chase me this far? You, how did you
お
find
前に
me?
恨みはないが、組織の命令でな。悪いが、消えてもらう。
Nothing personal, but the organization ordered a hit on you. You'll be erased now. Wait, that outfit would make him stand out too much. Besides, the time period is all
来
off.
世があるのなら、役者をやってみたいものだ。
If I am to be reincarnated, perhaps I'll try to come back as an actor. Reincarnated? In that case, I hope we can meet up.
そうだな。お前のいる人生を歩んでみたいものだ。
You're right, it would be interesting to live life together with you. A life with Kuraha. Yeah, that does sound interesting. After relaxing for a bit, I returned to the nurse's office where Yui greeted me.
ねえ、少し顔色が悪いようだけど大丈夫？
You're looking a bit pale. Is everything alright? Yeah, I should sleep, but I don't want to. Oh, really? I feel fine. Suddenly, dizziness overcame me. I dropped to my knees.
やだ、大変。
Oh no! Sorry. Why am I feeling so dizzy?
立ち上がれそう？
Can you stand? I feel really weak right
あ
now.
あ、大変だわ。ベッドに運んであげたいけれど、どうしたら？
That's not good. I want to help you to bed, but I'm not sure what to do here. Yui grew increasingly flustered just as someone was entering the room.
どうしたんだ？
What's going on here?
よかった。いいところへ来てくれたわ。彼女が倒れてしまって、どう運べばいいのかわからなくて。
Thank goodness you're here. She just collapsed. I wasn't sure how I should carry her to the bed.
俺が運ぶ。
I'll handle this. Kuraha knelt beside me, carefully lifting me up and making sure not to touch my skin directly. I'm sorry, I have no idea why I got so dizzy. I don't have a headache or
あ
anything.
まり眠っていないせいじゃないか。無理をせずに少し寝ておけ。いいな。
Could it be because you haven't been sleeping? Don't push yourself. Please, try to get some help. Some sleep. Who's speaking to me now? Understood. Yeah. Better not mention I'm scared of nightmares. They tucked me into bed and Yui gently laid a blanket over me. Thank you both. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble.
いいのよ、そんなこと。それよりも眠ってちょうだい。眠くないのなら、目をつぶって休んでいて。
It's fine. It's no trouble. Just try to get some rest. Even if you're not sleepy, just close your eyes for a bit.
とにかく体を休めてくれ。何かあれば声をかけるんだぞ。
Please, you need to rest. Just call if you need anything. Thank you. Good night. I saw them both smile as they went to draw the curtains. I closed my eyes following their advice. I could just make out their whispers in the background. I need to be even stronger. I can't let these dreams scare me. I took a deep breath trying to relax and suddenly sleep washed over me. I really hope I don't have any nightmares. How many dots was that? Okay, I was pressing buttons, I swear. My eyes fluttered open and the same ceiling I saw before drifted off. Oh, I must have been really tired because I don't remember dreaming. Guess it's for the best I was able to get some sleep. I sat up and ran my fingers through my hair. I feel so much better. I must have really been at my limit. With these thoughts in mind, I got out of bed and opened the curtains.
起きたか。気分はどうだ？
You're awake. How do you feel? Much better, thanks. Sorry about earlier.
顔色も良くなったみたいね。よかったわ。
You do look much better. Thank goodness. The relief smiles made me feel simultaneously guilty and grateful. Alright. We're close to the end now, so I just need to keep going. I want to continue my search for the remaining 7 wonders, so... I glanced at Yui. Yui, would you mind coming with me this time?
私で役に立てるのなら喜んでいくわ。
Of course, if I can be of help, I'd be glad to.
また俺の出番はなしか。
Looks like I'm sitting this one out too. Sorry, but I'm afraid it can't be helped. The location of this next wonder is the girls' restroom. I thought it probably didn't matter if for a ghost, I figured it would be best if he stayed here this time.
なるほど。それなら遠慮しておいた方が良さそうだ。
And perhaps it is best that I sit this one out. I was relieved that Kuraha understood my hesitation and his coming along.
女子トイレというと、トイレの花子さんね。
The girls' restroom? You're referring to Hanako of the toilet, yes? Would you mind telling me a bit more about the rumor before we go? Sure! I sat down next to the two of them and began recounting the story I heard from Sayaka. Hanako of the toilet is a well-known story nationwide, so you might have heard of it. For instance, if you knock on the stall door, the door opens and you'll get dragged into the toilet. If you invite her to play, she suggests a dangerous game that ends in your death. Those are the typical versions. But the Hanako at this school, she's a bit unique. She won't leave her stall and always keeps the door locked, causing constant congestion in the girls' restroom. Among the seven wonders, she's seen as a bit of a nuisance, but no one dares disturb her. Because if you do, it says she'll rush from the stall and stab you with a kitchen knife. Looking over the stall, you can get your eyes gouged out. Force the door open can cause your arms to get cut off, so out of any abundance of caution, the door stays locked and no one dares touch it. And that's how the story goes. Like, what? Hanako the toilet, one of the Nari Migahama High School 7 wonders, a girl ghost that locks herself in the bathroom stall. She has a knife and is said to harm anyone who tries to open the door or peer inside the stall.
包丁ならば刀で応戦できるな。持っていくか。
She has a kitchen knife, but I have a sword. Do you want to take it with you? No, thank you. Apparently, Kudaha wasn't afraid of humanoid spirits.
話し合いで済ませましょう。
We'll try talking to it first. Agreed.
女性2人、獲物も持たずに行くのか。
Two young girls going alone, unarmed.
彼女のことは好みを呈して守るわ。
I'll protect her if it comes to that. You stay put. Kudaha can seem aggressive, but Yui also willing to protect me. She's like, dude, I'm so protected. I instinctively checked for the Khalifa petals in my pocket, wrapped in the handkerchief. If something happens, this might come in handy. Either way, I should be ready for anything. Kudaha will be fine. We'll be fine.
信用していないわけじゃないが、念のため外で待機している。何かあればすぐに飛び込んでいくからな。
I trust you, but I'll wait outside just in case. I'll rush in if anything happens. He lightly patted my shoulder. That's reassuring and I do appreciate it, but...
失礼しちゃうわ。食堂では私の意思でああしていたけれど、本来の私はとても強いのよ。
How rude. I was able to handle myself quite well in the cafeteria. I'll have you know I am actually quite strong.
分かっている。だから気を静めてくれ。
I know. Anyways, we should get going.
ええ、そうね。張り切っていくわよ。
Let's do this. Follow me.
ついていらっしゃい。
Yui seemed pretty gung-ho about this. I hope she manages to stay calm. We entered the girls' restroom and approached the locked stall.
聞きそびれていたけれど、いつも会議にはあなたから？
I forgot to ask, do you usually start interacting with the spirits? Yeah, so please just keep an eye on me for the time being. Yui nodded and took one step back. At the same time, I took one step towards the door. According to the rumor, forcing the door open is a bad idea. So, Hanako, can we talk? Did I just hear a voice? You don't have to come out, but will you at least listen to me? Leave me alone. Her clear voice echoed from behind the door, shaking as she spoke. She's scared. Oh no. Don't talk to me. Let me stay here. I don't want to be sacrificed. Sacrificed. I glanced back at Yui, who had crept up right next to me. Should I do if Yui apologizes to her now? I quickly placed my hand on Yui's shoulder. This isn't the right approach now. I shook my head and Yui silently nodded in response. Thank you. I bowed slightly in gratitude, then turned back to the door. I won't open the door. Don't worry. That place belongs only to you, okay? No response. Are you listening? I carefully chose my words to avoid upsetting Hanako. I won't open the door. I'd just appreciate it if you'd listen to me. I shouldn't just abruptly ask if she's one of the 7 wonders. Recalling my interaction with the drawing boy, I tried my best to be sympathetic towards her. They hurt not just your body, but your heart too, huh? I glanced at Yui, who was staring down at the floor. I wondered if perhaps it was a mistake to bring Yui along with me, but I knew that there would come a time when Yui would want to speak with Hanako too. I should try speaking in a way that helps both Hanako and Yui. You might be scared of talking to others, but you're not in the mansion anymore. Nobody here is going to hurt you. You don't need to be afraid. Everyone here now is very kind. I looked over at Yui. I'm sure there are people who will sympathize with you and offer kind words. Yui raised her gaze and our eyes met. Isn't that right? I whispered to Yui, who nodded
あ
in
なたが
return.
寂しくないようこれから毎日訪ねてきます
We'll visit
心
you
の安らぎになれ
every
るように
day, so you won't feel lonely. I promise. I want you to feel better. She didn't respond, but I thought I heard a giggle. Then after a short pause,
ありがと
thank you. A faint response came from the stall
う本
door.
当はここを出たい弟に会いたいから
Oh no, is Hanako related to the little boy?
手に入れられて
I want to leave here and go find my little brother. I finally got the thing he liked.
でも私さらわれた時に落としてしまったみたいな
When I got kidnapped, I lost it somewhere.
の何を落としたのですか
What did you lose?
キャラメルうちではあまり手に入らないものだから
A caramel, which are delicious, by the way. It's pretty rare for us to get one of those. I'll bring one for you.
本当に
Really? It might take a little time, but I'll bring it here.
ありがとうとても嬉しいずっとそれが心残りだった
Thank you. That makes me so happy. That's my only regret. Her voice was tearful. A sound came from the private booth that Hanako was in as the door slowly opened. A victim of the divine invocation incident. What Isoa Sukagami did to her was so traumatizing that she became a ghost, still hiding in the stall. She wants to find her lost brother. Followed by tiny particles dancing like.
きっと備えてね弟と楽しみに待ってるわ
Did you go over Kuraha's questionnaire yet? I've done 2. Why do you say it like that? I'm scared. What does that mean? Please leave it for me. My brother and I are looking forward to it. The speck of light slowly scattered and faded into the cold air. Does this mean she crossed over? So far I did his question for hobbies and likes, and it's basically is he an actor? Is he just a kabuki actor? Does that mean she crossed over?
ええそうだと思う
I think so. Yui sighed, placing her hand on my
あな
shoulder.
たのおかげよ貴重な場に立ち会わせてくれて心から感謝している
Oh no, what does that mean? It's all thanks to you. Thanks for letting me be here to see it.
本当にありがとう
Truly, thank you so much. I've never seen Yui give me such a bright smile before. I'm so glad I was able to help. The pleasure's all mine. I couldn't have done it without you.
謝るだけがいいのではないのねあなたのおかげで学べたわ
I realize now that apologies aren't everything. Thank you for helping me see that. I'm just glad I was able to help Yui.
ねえそのゆいさんって呼び方だけれどあなたは私より年上なのだしもっと砕けていいのよ
Theoretically
敬語もい
speaking,
らないわ
you died younger than me. That does not make me older than you. You know, you're always so formal around me. You're older than me. You can speak more casual with me. You're younger than me?
ええ14で死んだから高校生であるあなたの方が年上よ
I died when I was 14. You're in high school, so you're older. I guess that's true, but If life's a matter of experience, she's much older than me. It feels strange speaking casually with her. Oh, you didn't question when Hibiki said you guys were the same age. He also died in 1949. So what are you talking about, girl? He's 70 plus your age.
いいこと。今度、敬語を使ったら許さないわよ。
You got it. I demand you be friendly with me. In that case, I'll try to be more casual from now on. You sound good, buddy?
そうしてちょうだい。
That's the spirit. Get it? Get it because they're dead? Well, one of them is. I guess it's kind of nice to be on friendlier terms with her. After all, I did feel closer to her, and spending time together with her made me happy. We stepped into the hallway where Kudaha greeted us. Aw, look at that! It's coming together! I checked the printout to find the 6th corpse flower colored in. Yui, brimming with excitement, dashed off to find the last of the 7 wonders. Kudaha suggested I get some rest, and so the two of us headed back to the nurse's office.
あと一つ。次で最後だな。
One more left, the next is the last. Alright, let's go. It all flew by so fast. Actually, I have no way of knowing how long I've been here. Soon I'd be returning to the mortal realm, and that meant I'd have to say goodbye. I thought of Hanako and the drawing boy. I wish I could help the others cross over like they did. Perhaps because I had seen those two cross over, I started thinking this way.
なあ、一つ聞きたいんだが、進路についてはあれからどうだ?
There's something I've been meaning to ask. What happened with the thing you were so worried about? You mean my career path survey? I haven't given it much thought. I think I need some more time to figure it out. Instead of more time to think, what I really need is strength. Strength to face the challenges ahead.
何を言っている? 今のお前と帰ってからのお前と何が変わる?
What are you saying? What about you will change after you go home? I'm only strong here because everyone's cheering me on.
そうは言うが、途中から一人で出歩くようになっただろう。自分だけの時でも強くあれるようにと。
You say that, but you've ventured out on your own. You said yourself you want to handle things alone. Oh. He was right. That's what I wanted.
そんなお前だからこそ、うつしおでも逃げずに立ち向かえる。
Which is exactly why you have to go back and tackle your problems in the mortal realm too. You say it so matter-of-factly.
当たり前だ。わずかな時間ではあるが、お前を見てきているからな。
Of course, even though it's only been a short amount of time, I've been watching you. Ha, is that so?
お、やっと笑ってくれたな。お前にはそうやって笑っていてほしい。いつまでもな。
Do we reach Kudaha's route? No, we're on chapter 4 of Ghost Stories, so we have one more chapter and then we'll be on a route. I was hoping we'd get to his route before I end my stream, so we have an hour? So that smile for me, I pray that you can always smile like that, always. Kudaha, please. I'll try, thank you, Kudaha. I wanted to run, but I knew I couldn't. I'd encountered many situations like this here. By standing up to those challenges, it helped me realize something. As long as you face the challenges ahead, you can find light even in the world of darkness. Perhaps that's what this god was trying to teach me all along. Cabbages. Certainly hope that was the case. Just as Kudaha believes in me, I have to believe in myself. Gotta feed the bunny. That's right. Chomper needs to chomp on something. That's why. Oh, we're on chapter 5. We did it, guys. Well, we gotta finish the chapter. But hey, look, we're there. So quiet. Why would the chapter start so quiet? Why are you doing this to me, game? After returning to the nurse's office with Kudaha and Kane Stretch. Okay. You gotta make all the choices. I want to laugh with you. Okay. Well, if I get to the chapter and it's gonna start and we still have some time, I'll go back and make choices. Because I don't know if you get, and I think we get one more time we get to talk with them. My hands. Everything hurts. Returning to the nurse's office with Kuraha. I heard a filmer's sound coming from my pocket. Wait, is this? I quickly took out my smartphone to see a screen filled with static. Oh yeah.
まさか電話がかかってきたのか
Is someone calling you? Yeah. I couldn't make out what was on the screen, but the icon told me who was calling. It's my mom. I quickly pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom? Leah, where are you? I'll be home soon. I'm all right. Are you... Please, let her hear this. I'm all right. Just wait for me. The call was cut off. I tried calling back, but there was no reception.
通話はできたのか
Were you able to talk to her? There was so much static, I'm not sure if she heard me. At least I was able to hear her voice, though. I guess I should be thankful for that.
少しでも声が聞けてよかったな心が落ち着いたんじゃないか
I'm glad to hear that. Did hearing her voice calm you down a bit? Yes, very much so. I couldn't make out her words, but the tone of her voice alone told me she's very worried. I just hope she was able to hear that I was all right.
とりあえず少し休めまた倒れたら大変だからな
For now, you should just get some rest. I don't want you collapsing on me again. You're right. I went to pull out a chair, but
そ
no.
こはダメだお前はこっち
Not there. Come this way. Huh? Kuraha? Kuraha, why? Oh, it's fine. Kuraha took me by the arm and guided me to the bed. I'm not sleepy.
それでも椅子よりもこっちの方が体を休められるだろ
You'll be able to rest better than on a chair. Hey, I want to rest wherever I want. You can't make me. I guess that might be true. At this point, I realized it would be pointless to try and refuse him. So instead of lying down, I merely sat on the bed. This is enough for now. More than anything, I need some time to think. Dehydrate. Oh, I still have some drink left. We're good. I need to think about my future, about me, me. The call from my mom made me realize it was time for me to address the situation.
それなら閉めておくぞ何かあったら声をかけてくれ
In that case, I'll close the curtain for you. Call me if you need anything. Wait! Kodaha was about to shut the curtains, but paused when I called out to him. You said you'd be able to talk with me about my future, right? I knew that I'd get nowhere if I tried to come up with a conclusion on my own. Can I please ask you for advice? Please?
こう言ったら誤解されてしまうかもしれないが
I hope you don't get the wrong idea if I say this,
お前が
but
打ち明けようとしてくれて嬉しいと思う自分がいてな
it would make me extremely happy to talk to you about your
そ
future.
ういう話をしてくれるということは俺を信用してくれているのかと
If you're willing to talk with me about these things, I suppose that means you trust me, right? I think so. Wait, yes, of course I do. That's precisely why I want your advice, because I trust you. I want to be able to rely on you for things like this, Kuraha. After saying it that way, I was pained with a slight feeling I might have overdone it, but Kuraha sat down beside me nonetheless. Kuraha's inside shirt looks like an idol fit. I'm convinced he's an actor right now. They're all going to turn out to previously be actors. Huh,
寄りかかりたいとそう言っただろ
you said you wanted to lean on me, right? Not literally. She meant figuratively. I didn't mean literally.
俺でよければいくらでも寄りかかってくれ
Oh god. You can lean on me whenever you want. Anytime, anywhere. Having interacted with Kuraha for a while now, I realized there were parts of him that seemed off. But I don't dislike that side of him. If anything, I liked it. If you're okay with
あ、
it.
そうしてくれ。お前に甘えられるのは嬉しいからな。
Yes, go ahead. I like it when you rely on me. Being so close to him made me feel a little nervous, but it also warmed my heart. So, about what I wanted to do with my future. I explained to him all the issues I was having with my mom and about deciding what to do with my life. I also told him the details of the conversation I had with my mom right before I came here. I just want to know what I can say to make her understand. I felt that she wouldn't listen to me no matter what, and I can't stop
う
worrying.
ん。電話というのが微妙な気もするが。
It seems a bit odd for this to be done over the phone. Do you really think that, mister? You were born 70 years ago. Actually, more than that. More than that.
こ
Really?
れは俺の考えだが、真剣な話ほど顔を合わせて話すべきだと思ってな。
It's just my opinion, but when talking about serious matters, it's probably best to do it face to
声
face.
だけでは感情はうまく伝わらない。それに、相手の反応もうまく伝わってこないんじゃないか。
You know who worries about conveying emotions? Actors. Your voice alone might not be enough to convey all the emotions, and you can't properly gauge her reaction. At that time, I'm sure my mother's expression towards me was just pure exasperation. Perhaps it wasn't fair for me to just assume her reaction, and I saw what he meant about my voice alone not being
実
enough.
際に会わないと、互いの熱量は測れない気がしてな。
Talking face to face with someone allows us to see their passion.
俺はあまり電話に慣れていないからわからないところではあるが。
I'm not totally familiar with telephones, so perhaps I don't understand, but not at all. You're making perfect sense, Kuraha. I have yet to talk with her face to face about all this, and I let myself get depressed from the single phone call. That single phone call was enough to leave me
それほ
feeling.
どまでに、お前の精神が参っていたんだろうな。
You must have been emotionally drained after all that. That could be. No, that's exactly it. Thinking about it logically, I could see that was exactly the case. Talking all this out with Kodaha really has helped me gather up my thoughts and feelings about everything. It wasn't as though the issue was solved, but I felt as though I had a better sense of direction. Back to when the answers sounded very similar. I'm glad we could talk. This feels like it's one-on-one, like I'm referring to him as a person. And as far as thank you so much, I could thank anybody, right? Let's see. I did it. How much does he like me now? How much like do we have here? So close. We're just almost there. There's like one more question we gotta get. I've never talked on such a deep level with anyone besides my family. I'm really glad we had a chance to talk. There was a time when talking with my sister like this cheered me up. It made sense I could talk with her like that, but it was easy to talk with Kuraha too. Maybe because he was hot. Maybe because he was a ghost. Maybe because he literally doesn't understand the phrase, lean on me.
そこまで言われると、さすがに照れくさいな。
When you put it that way, you'll make me blush. Kuraha, I didn't think you were the type to be bashful about anything.
おいおい、俺にだって感情はあるんだぞ。それに、お前だからこそ照れるんだ。
Come on now, I have emotions too. But I only feel this way around you. Why only me? Is that... like how... this weird bump? I understand it's a blanket, but that's...
決まってる。お前が特別な人間だからだ。
Isn't it obvious because you're special? I'm special. I'm not like other girls. I see. He often said he was charmed by me, but hearing it that way he said special made me think he was implying something else. No, that can't be it. That's not what Kuraha means when he says special. I tried to deny it in my head so I wouldn't get the wrong
話して
idea.
くれてありがとう。少しお前に近づけた気がして。
Thank you for talking with me. I'm happy we're a bit closer now. I think so too. While Kuraha smiled brightly at me, I couldn't ignore the rapid beating of my heart. After finishing our talk, Yui returned. I left with Yui and went out to find the last of the seven wonders. I used to avoid hearing the rumors about them from the other students because they frightened me. Now I regretted not listening.
うまくいかないものだな。
Things never go as planned, mood. I needed to continue working hard for her sake. Based on her smile, I think I was able to ease some of the weight off of her
家
shoulders.
族以外では俺が初めてか。
I'm the only one outside of her family she could talk like this. Thinking about what that means fills me with increasing joy. Did that mean I was important to her? I shouldn't overthink it. It would only make saying goodbye to her even harder. We should part with a smile. I needed to remember that, otherwise, the expression on my face alone would have made it obvious. How terrible I'll miss her. How terribly I'll miss her. After my talk with Koraha, I thought about sleeping but felt too alert. For a change of pace, I decided to go out to the hallway. Where should I go? I like to chat with someone if I can. Well, we could go see Hibiki. We could. Or we could just continue to talk to Koraha. Hibiki Koraha again. I peeked into the faculty room from the hallway and saw Koraha. Quickly, I went and opened the door. Koraha, there you are.
俺を探していたのか。
Were you looking for me? Yeah, I wanted to chat with you.
お前はいつも俺を喜ばせるんだな。
You always bring me such joy. If it makes you that happy, I'll come find you more often, Koraha. Koraha looked surprised. Then he averted his eyes. If that bothers you, I'm sorry.
困ってなどいないが、いや、困ったのはそうなんだが。
It's not that. Maybe it's a little troublesome. Which is it? Should I leave or?
行くな。
Don't go. Okay. Koraha seemed to smile in relief. Alright, this is the thing. Okay. Let's see, school. Do you have a favorite place in this school?
お前のいる教室だ。
The classroom you're in. He answered immediately. Were you watching me all along?
ずっとではないが、たまに見に行ったりしている。お前のいろんな表情が見えて面白いぞ。
Not all the time, but I do go and look at times. It's interesting to watch you because of all the funny expressions you make. Please don't use me for your entertainment.
ああ、いや、すまない。悪い意味で言ったんじゃないんだ。お前を見ていると楽しいというか。
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean it in a bad way. It's enjoyable to watch you, that's all. Okay.
お前を感じていたいと言えばいいか。心地よい気分になるんだ。
Perhaps it would be better to say I find your presence comforting. That's still pretty
だか
embarrassing.
ら、うつしおに戻った時も見守らせてもらうぞ。
After returning to the mortal realm, I want to continue observing you. That makes me kind of nervous, Edward, but I guess I understand. If it brought Koraha a peace of mind, I guess I didn't really mind.
しかし今2年生だから、あと1年と少しで卒業か。お前の卒業式では泣いてしまうかもな。
But you're currently a second year, so it'll be a little over a year before you graduate. I might even cry at your graduation ceremony. Actually, I'll be really happy if you come to see my graduation. I hope you'll bring a handkerchief. The graduation ceremony with Koraha. I assume he was joking about crying, but I'm still happy if he came. Alright, we're gonna try the ghost story option really quick. I'm gonna hear all of his reactions. We'll go with friends. Speaking of which, do you have any friends?
ああ、いるぞ。一緒に映画を見に行ったりする仲だ。
I do. I have a friend who watches movies with me. Oh, what friend is this?
どんな人と言わ
How
れる
do
と。
I explain this?
ああ、そうだ。その友人にも噂があってな。都市伝説と名を馳せている。 えーっと
He's
確
also a
か
ghost story who's associated with an
幸せの
urban legend. The urban legend has something to do with happiness. Happiness.
幸せの幸せのハ
Happy.
リーさんだったか。
Happy Harry, was it? Happy Harry?
ああ、確かそんな感じだった気がす
I
る。
believe that's it. Happy Harry. I've never heard of that one. I'll look into it when I return to the mortal realm. It sounds like something from a fictional magical academy. But if happiness is the name of his legend, does that mean he's not scary?
多分そうだったと
He
思う
got it wrong. He got
が、
it so wrong.
幸福を呼び寄せるだったか。
I guess it'd been funner if I did his route too and I wasn't used to the Medi Medi. He's thinking Harry Potter. Happy Harry. I would say that's right. It's something about attracting good fortune. Oh, then he's like a guardian spirit. Since his name is Harry, does that mean he's from outside Japan?
いや、日本人だ。ハリーさんという名の由来は知らん。
No, he's Japanese. I don't know why he's called Harry. I'm interested. I'll definitely look into it when I get it back.
ああ、興味か。まあ、興味程度ならいいか。
You're interested. Suppose that's fine if it doesn't go beyond mere interest. Huh? I don't know if it's my controller, but I swear I'm hitting the down arrow and then it doesn't read it and I hit A and then I hit save instead of load. Alright. Ghost Stories! I was hesitant to ask, but Kudaha, can I ask you why you seem to be so afraid of ghost stories and horror in general? Kudaha's face became even paler than before. Kudaha, why you look so scared, buddy? I'm so sorry, forget I asked.
いや、大丈夫だ。お前が怖い話をしなければな。
It's alright, as long as you don't start telling me any scary stories right now. I won't, but I just curious why you're so afraid of stuff like that.
全般がダメなわけじゃないんだ。ゾンビやら人型の幽霊やらそういうのは平気だからな。
It's not that I'm scared of all of it. I'm fine with zombies or ghosts that are humanoid in
だ
shape.
が、物が宙を浮いたり、電気がこうパッと消えたりついたり、
But when things
そうい
float
う
in
異
the
常現象が
air,
苦手でな。
the lights flicker on and off. I just can't handle stuff like that.
そういうのをなんて言ったか。
Speaking of which, what are those things called again? Poltergeist? Do you mean like poltergeist?
そう、それだ。それが苦手なんだ。怖いだろう。生命のないものが動くのは。
That, I hate those things. It's too scary when something unliving starts moving. Zombies and ghosts aren't really alive though. If you have to go and meet the seven wonders, I'll be sure to go along from now
いや
on.
そうはいかない。俺はお前を守ると決めたんだ。
We only have one left, it's okay. I've made up my mind to protect you. Well, I really appreciate
絶
that.
対に一人で行くなよ。
Do not go
いい
alone.
な。
Do you understand? I
行ったら
forbade
許さない
it.
からな。
You forbade it because you're beast now. Sure, I understand. I decided to keep quiet about how I noticed his hands were shaking. Aw, scared. He's scared. Alright. Let's load the actual right answer. After saying goodbye to Kudaha, I stepped into the hallway heading to the nurse's office. Passing by the central stairway, though, thoughts of Hibiki filled my mind. I wonder if he's there. I continue to climb up the steps, thinking about him. Oops. That was often where I found him, after all. Hibiki, are you there? Guess not. I reached out to the mirror but hesitated. I wonder if I can actually go inside. Kudaha tried chasing Hibiki into the mirror, but when he did, his hand got stuck on the mirror's surface. Curiosity gripped me, and just as I reached out,
あ、来てくれたんですね。
you're here! Oh, Hibiki suddenly emerged from the mirror, causing me to jump back. I just got here! Jeez, you scared me!
今、こっちに手を伸ばしていたように見えたんですけど、もしかして鏡の中に来てみたいとか？
It looked like you were reaching out to the mirror. Did you want to come inside? Ah, last time Karaha tried to reach inside the mirror, his hand got stuck at the surface. I was just wondering how it works, that's all.
そっか。あなたならこちらに来るのを許可するのに。
If it were you, I'd give you permission to enter the mirror anytime. As he spoke, he stepped out of the mirror. Permission? What do you mean?
この鏡は僕だけの世界なんです。まあ、正確に言うと別の人が僕のために作ってくれたんですけど。
This mirror is my world. Technically, someone made it for me. That's right. I remember hearing that a spell was cast on this mirror to create it.
というわけで、僕が許可しないと他の人は入れないんです。
That's why others can't enter without my permission.
物に触れられない幽霊であっても、この鏡だけは別。鏡に手がつくだけで、ここには入れないんです。
Even as a ghost, I can't touch things, but this mirror is an exception. Touching it alone doesn't grant a spirit entrance. I see. So it's like your home, Hibiki.
鏡について聞いてくれるなんて、僕に興味を持ってくれたみたいで嬉しいです。うつしおへ戻る前に入ってみますか？
I didn't expect you to be curious about the mirror, but I'm glad you're interested in me. Want to try entering before you go back? Hibiki's mirror. Inside the mirror is Hibiki's unique world. You cannot enter it without his permission. However, it was someone else who cast a spell on the mirror. I might be curious to go inside just once. I would be interested to see what your world is like.
どうぞ、いつでも、今でも。
Come right in anytime. How about right now? Maybe not right now.
あ、そうですよね。
Right. He suddenly looked rather downcast. I think I know the answer. Someday, maybe. If I find the opportunity, I'll pay a visit. I'll be looking forward to it.
機会がなかったら。
That opportunity doesn't come. Like, I think now's fine. What's she doing right now? Nothing. I had a feeling he'd say that.
あ、ごめんなさい。困らせるつもりはなくて。
I didn't mean to trouble you or anything. It's just you're not the route I'm going after, Hibiki. Don't take it personally. You're cute. Let me see on my list. Hang on. I got you. In school Ghost, Hibiki, you were 6 on my list. That's pretty low, actually. But Kuraha was 7. So you're higher than Kuraha? I just gotta get his route before yours. Don't make me sad. I said something I couldn't really promise and gave you false hope, sorry. But if that opportunity does come, I'll definitely try to enter the mirror.
それでも嬉しいです。期待しちゃうな。
That's enough to make me happy. I'll look forward to it.
それにしても、出会った頃はこんな時が来るとは思わなかったな。あなたを怖がらせちゃって。
His voice sounds stronger. I could have never imagined things would be like this when we first met. After all, I scared you that first time.
あの時を思い出すと、今も後悔するんです。
Whenever I think back on what I did then, I regret it even now. He was so happy just a moment earlier, but Hibiki began looking more and more depressed. I've said this to you before, but it couldn't be helped, right? You were just drawn to the charm of being near someone living, right? If you've overcome that, then there's no need to feel sorry about that.
今はそうじゃないのかな。
I don't know if I've really overcome it. Huh.
ごめんなさい。なんでもないです。
Sorry, it's nothing. Hibiki, my boy. What? After saying that, Hibiki quickly slipped back into the mirror.
やっぱり、あなたはこの世界に入らない方がいいかもです。
I think it's better that you don't enter this world after all.
さっき
Hibiki,
の会話、忘れてください。
please forget our
それ
earlier
じゃ。
conversation. Goodbye. Goodbye. He sounded rather upset. Did I say something to offend him? After Hibiki vanished, I was left mulling over the conversation again in my head. Nah, I did everything right. Back in the nurse's office, Yui greeted me as if she had been waiting for me.
あなたが出かけた後、私もここを出て、七不思議を探していたのだけれどね。最後の一つを見つけたの。
After you left, I went searching for the last of the seven wonders. I believe I found it. That's incredible. Thank you so much. What's the rumor
お
about?
そらく最後の一つだと思うのだけれど。とりあえず話すわね。
I think this might be the last one, but let me explain what I've managed to find out. She seems a bit uncertain. Yui cleared her throat and began to share the final rumor. Did you hear about a male student who died in the cafeteria? He was quite popular. Many of the girls secretly had a crush on him. But there was this one girl. She would stalk him every single day. I made lunch for you today. Please enjoy it. He was kind, so she'd accept it and eat the lunch in front of her. Little did he know, on that day it was poison. The girl smiled ear to ear as she watched him die. But the story doesn't end there. Minutes later, she jumped from the roof of the building in an apparent suicide. I'm glad you're dead. Now we'll be together forever, and you'll belong only to me. After that, she turned into a spirit that haunts the cafeteria at lunchtime. After death, she was unable to find the boy she loved and waits for him to this day. I've made you lunch. Because she can't remember the face of that boy anymore, she offers that same poison lunch to different boys in the cafeteria.
というわけで、今も食堂に現れるということよ。
Yawning. That's the story. She's said to still appear in the cafeteria. This rumor's pretty recent, isn't it? A poisoned lunch? What kind of poison could a high schooler even have gotten their hands on? Some people are sick. I mean, it's very similar to Reika. Before you started, you mentioned you weren't sure it was the last one. Why?
妙な話を聞いたのよ。開かずの間という噂話のことなのだけれど。
There's another rumor called the Forbidden Room.
それが七不思議の一つだって、そういう話を聞いたの。でも、詳しい内容はわからなくて。
It's said to be part of the Seven Wonders too, but unfortunately I couldn't find out much information about it. Wait, so there might be 8 wonders? But the hiccups, the printout only showed 7 corpse
毒
flowers.
入りランチか開かずの間のどちらかが七不思議ではないのかもしれないわ。
It's possible that poisoned lunch or the forbidden room aren't actually one of the 7 wonders. I'm gonna go with forbidden room. It sounds scary. Forbidden room. The 7 it's also called -1. Or is this how it divulges into each route? The 7 wonders of Narimigahama High School, the Forbidden Room. It's supposed to connect to the 7 mysteries, but nobody knows for sure. One of Narimigahama High School's 7 wonders, a ghost of a girl who gives a poisoned lunch to a boy she finds attractive. Supposedly, it really happened a few years ago.
だから、それも含めてあなたに相談しようと思ったの。
That's why I wanted to discuss it with you. I never would have imagined there would be more than 7 ghost stories in the school. Okay, let's start with poisoned lunch and see where that leads us.
でも、もし違った場合、あなたに負担をかけるだけになってしまうわ。それが心配で。
Keep yawning. Oh goodness, I'm worried that if we're wrong, it might end up straining you unnecessarily. I could see the concern in Yui's eyes, which let me know just how deep she cared. I appreciate your concern, but don't worry, I'll be careful not to get too overwhelmed. I tapped my chest confidently and Yui giggled.
わかったわ。それなら、違った場合に備えて、私は開かずの間の噂を調べておくわね。
You say so. In that case, I'll go check out the Forbidden Room just in case. Thank you. I'll head out now.
気をつけていってらっしゃい。
Thank you. Take care. Bye. It'll be the opposite. She'll tell me about the other one on the other route, maybe? Stepping into the hallway, I mulled over the details of the poison lunch story, offering lunch to a boy in the cafeteria. Approaching her directly might be tough. I would probably need some help. I think I'll need a guy for this one. One person came to mind. I should try talking to him first. And that person should be Kuraha. If I've played my cards right. So I went out looking for him. I came to ask for your help, Kuraha.
ああ、もちろん引き受ける。7つ目だから、お前と共に行動するのもこれが最後になるな。
Glad to help. This being the 7th wonder, this will be our last chance to work together. After this, we should be able to return to the mortal realm. This also meant it would likely be the last time we'd have a chance to see each other. I knew this time would have to say goodbye. I knew the time we'd have to say goodbye come soon, but it still feels
うつ
bittersweet.
しおに戻る時まで、そばでお前を守る。
I'll protect you until we return. Stay
俺から。
close. Thank you, Kuraha.
だが少し緊張するな。噂では好みの男性と会っただろう。果たして俺は選ばれるのか。
Like when you're standing next to a really attractive person, they're like, but am I cute enough? And I'm like, what? I'm a bit nervous. She chooses a guy that's her type, right? I wonder if she'll pick me. From what I said, Kuraha was undoubtedly very attractive. You should have more confidence. I think you're very handsome. Really? Absolutely. Kuraha fell silent. I worried something was wrong before noticing his face go bright red. Is Kuraha blushing? That's rare. He's done it 3 times, 4 times, something like that. I guess any boy would blush at being called attractive. Kuraha cleared his throat and then
ここで
spoke.
こうしていても仕方ないな。食堂へ向かおう。
Let's not waste time here. We should head to the cafeteria. Yeah, let's go. Let's get down to the cafeteria. It's completely deserted. I wonder where she'll
噂
appear.
通り男を対象にしているのなら、お前がそばにいると出てこないかもしれないな。
According to the rumors, she approaches young men, so she might not show up if you're here. Plus, I'm not alive, so... Just as he finished speaking...
ねえ、少しいい？
Excuse me? A girl in the same class uniform as me approached behind Kuraha.
私ね、前からあなたのことが気になっていたの。それでね、一生懸命これを作ったんだ。
Terrifying. I've taken a real interest in you. That's why I've made you this. I put my whole heart into it. She then offered him a lunchbox. No mistake about it, that's gotta be her. Strangely, she seemed not to see me despite me standing right there. This made the whole thing feel so much more unnatural and frightening.
お前に話がある。
We have to talk. He grabbed her arm forcefully as he spoke. Dropping the lunchbox, her face flashed with fear and she began to panic.
ユダ、何をするの？もしかして私を疑ってるの？
Why are you doing this? You don't believe me?
何を言って。
What do you mean?
毒なんて入れてない。殺そうなんて思ってなかったんだから。どうして私を疑うの？
I didn't poison it. I didn't mean to kill him. Why doesn't anyone believe me? Please calm down.
あんたも疑ってるのね。みんなして私を。
You think I'm lying too? Why does everyone do this? Using her free hand, she began swinging wildly at me. He looks possessed. Kuraha managed to block her, however, preventing her from touching me.
今は話を聞ける様子じゃない。逃げろ。
She won't listen. We should run. I couldn't run after coming this far. Ignored Kuraha and picked up the lunchbox from the ground. I believe you. I don't think it's poisoned. She froze at my words.
俺も彼女に同感だ。お前は殺そうなんて思っていなかった。ただ、弁当を食べて欲しかったんだろ。
I think so too. You didn't want to harm anyone. You just wanted him to eat the lunch you made for him, right? Her face slowly softened.
ありがとう。二人とも。
Thank you. Tears welled up in her eyes and began slowly streaming down her
あの
cheek.
時、あなたたちみたいに私を信じてくれる人がいたら、自殺なんてしなかっただろうな。
I wish someone would have believed me back then. If they did, I don't think I would have killed myself when I did. So you did this because you thought no one believed you? She nodded, then looked up at the ceiling.
彼がお弁当を食べていたら、急に倒れて、周りの生徒たちはすぐに私を疑ったわ。そして取り押さえられて。
He collapses and they instantly pin her instead of like trying to see if he's okay. When he ate my lunch, he just collapsed. Everyone blamed me and pinned me down to the ground.
集団になると疑いは事実となってしまう。彼らは私がお弁当に毒を入れたと決めつけて罵倒を浴びせてきたわ。
All of them screaming at once, they went crazy. Their accusations turned into facts in a matter of seconds.
隙をついてなんとか逃れたけど追いかけられて屋上で逃げ場がなくて私は
Also, like, deaths in these schools must be astronomical for them to have so many, like, ghosts. And, like, this is a recent ghost. How did we not know about this one? I escaped but was cornered on the roof. I felt hopeless, so with nowhere to run,
もういいやって思った。こんな優しくない世界ならって。
I just didn't care at that point. The world seemed so cruel. How awful. But the rumor and the truth, they were both so terrible and bleak. So you still give lunches because...
毒は入ってないんだって分かってほしくてというだけよ。それとここで待っているの。
I wanted someone to know that I was innocent and because I'm still waiting here for him.
あの日私に告白をしてくれた大好きな人。
Oh, he asked me out that day.
お弁当を食べたら告白の返事をするってそう伝えたら急いで食べたせいで喉におかずを詰まらせてね。
This boy just collapsed from like choking and everyone jumped her. Teasing, I told him I'd give him my answer after he finished eating the lunch I made him. He ate too quickly and he choked. That explains why he suddenly collapsed. He collapsed from choking and no one helped him.
そういうことならこの空間をうつしおへ戻さないとな。
In that case, we'll need to bring this place back to the mortal realm. Hearing Kuraha, I was brought back to reality. That's right, she needs to know. This school is in a different place. He won't be able to find you if we stay here. Can you help us? I offered the lunchbox back to her and she swiped the tears from her eyes as she took it
この
back.
赤い世界はやっぱり異常なものだったのね。何をすればいいの？
There's something strange about this red world after all. What do you need me to do? We need you to confirm that you're one of the 7 wonders of the school and then tell us your name.
あの噂、私大嫌いよ。
I despise that rumor. I can't promise they'll believe me, but I'll do my best to tell everyone in the mortal realm what really happened.
それで十分よ。ありがとう。
That's enough for me, thank you. Then, after a pause,
私はこの学校の七不思議の一つ。名前は佐伯かな子。
did we have a psyche not that long ago? Wait. Why does that sound familiar? I am Kanako Saiki, one of the 7 wonders. Why does that sound? Poisoned lunch too. The poisoned lunch turned out to be a myth. In reality, it was a genuine lunch made for a boy she had a crush on. The student's name was Kanako Saiki. She still waits for the man she loves in the cafeteria. Thank you. With that, our search to find the 7 wonders of the school came to an end. Did it though?
見事だったな。俺が口を挟む隙がなかった。あまり力になれずすまない。
You did well. I didn't even have time to get a word in with her. Sorry for not being more useful. That's not true. I was all thanks to you that I was able to have a conversation with her in the first place. When she swung at me, I might have been knocked out if Kuraha hadn't been there to stop the blow. Thanks for protecting me once again, Kuraha. Kuraha smiled and nodded in response. I should check the printout. Maybe the last flower's colored in now. Kuraha, do you mind? I stood up and pulled the printout from my pocket. We did it! We have assembled the Power Rangers. The 7th flower colored in.
ここまで本当によく頑張ったな。
Congratulations, you worked so hard to get to this point. I couldn't have done it without you, Kuraha. You helped me every step along the way. Kuraha, before I could finish thanking him, I noticed Kuraha's shocked expression. Following his gaze, I looked down at the printout. There's another one! No frickin' way! There's an 8th corpse flower?
七不思議じゃなかったってことか。
Who made this printout had dramatic timing.
8つ目が存在するらしい。
So not just 7 wonders, there's an 8th. I had assumed either the poison lunch or the forbidden room would be the last one. I never thought that there would be an 8th wonder. Actually, the truth is, at that very moment, I felt a static shock down my spine. What's that? I turned around and there, an eerie, solitary eye was watching us from behind, from above. We did it! We did it! Oh my gosh, look, it's chapter 6. Hot dog. Woo! So we're gonna officially start Kuraha's route on my next stream. Excellent, excellent, excellent. We're ready. We're ready. And I'll try to put another red outfit together. This is I'm tired. I can't remember. Is this Jaws? Is this Jaws? I think it's Jaws. This isn't my shirt. I got it from a friend. All right. Woo! We did it. We did it. All right. So I'm going to reiterate and look if there's anybody to raid as I reiterate what my week's going to look like, because it's a little different this week. I'm streaming more this week because it's Halloween week and I have a horror game I'm in the midst of playing. So tonight when I get home from going to a horror haunted house, we're gonna raid Blurty. When I get back from the House of Horrors, we're going to play Bridge Curse Part 2, the 3rd chapter. And then tomorrow night, because I'm working out all day tomorrow, we're gonna do Bridge Curse again after I get home from work. And then Thursday is Halloween. Sexy vampires. Oh wait, I might have to wait a minute to leave then. Thursday, which is Halloween, we're gonna be playing 9 R.I.P. for 9 hours. And then Friday, we're playing Since Memories. We can play a couple chapters of that. I don't know if I can get all the chapters I'm allowed to play then, but we'll see. And then Saturday, we're going to be playing Variable Barricade for like 4 hours. It's going to be about 4 hours for Variable Barricade. So that's my vision. And hopefully it goes as planned. And there will be a stream on Sunday because my schedule next week, I believe, has me off on Sunday. Don't quote me on that. I left my agenda at work like a fool. But I think it's accurate. So thank you guys so much for being here with me today. I hope you guys have a lovely evening. If you're watching this on YouTube, remember I stream about 3 times a week on Twitch, and you can check me out over there. Just come on by and say hi. Thank you everybody for being here today. Thank you Blue, thank you Jay, thank you Well, thank you. There was some other people. I know there was somebody else. Hang on. Atomi Liu, Twyla, thank you for being here. Asia for a small minute. And there was one other person. I can't think of their name, but there was someone else. So thank you guys so much. I hope you have a lovely night. Don't forget to send Blurty all of the cool stuff. Bye!